Phoenix area, this is a place I think you need to be.
Hi, my name's Ashley Taylor. I am the owner of Southern Tangle Salon in Conroe. We are a little outside of Houston in Texas. This is my husband, Joe Taylor. We really enjoyed this event today. We've been to a few hair shows before or summits before, and we haven't had much that's been able to cater to our vision for our salon. And I feel like all day today was just full of education and knowledge and tips and tricks of like what we should be doing, pushing forward with our salon and our sustainability.
Yeah, and I feel like the big thing that I picked up on too is that you don't really know what you don't know. And so there's things that you think you have and you think you know things, and then you come here and you get exposed to something you never thought of in a million years. And so I think those are really the things that bring real value to something like this, is you don't even realize what you don't know until you get here. And then you know.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm Leah LaSala and I work with beauty brands, and I got the opportunity from Kelly to come attend this Sustainable Beauty Conference. Now, to be honest, I didn't know what I was signing up for, but oh my goodness, I've learned so much. What I loved about it, you've got to come, because it's a great diverse conversation. It's about the health and wellness of the earth, the health and wellness of this industry, and the health and wellness of those that work in it. And that was the most unexpected surprise. So I was so grateful to have this opportunity, and I hope you get to experience it sometime too.
So what I loved about today was the magic. There was just so much magic of all these amazing people that came together and really delivered. Truly delivered. When I say delivered, they delivered. I've been in the industry for probably over 20 years, and I thought that, wow, I'm going to be here for this long, this many hours today. What possibly can I learn different that I haven't learned in 20 years? I can tell you right now, in 2 hours, it has evolved my life, changed my soul, and I've been surrounded by the most dynamic people in the industry. I learned everything from body language to evolution of your thought process from this beautiful woman right here. I learned how to be so dynamic at hosting and making everyone feel comfortable by Kelly, the real lady, who put on this whole production, put everybody together and starting a brand new movement. And I just got to say, it was a true evolution of my soul. And then you brought in people like Tom Chapman, the beautiful Hilton, Sophia Hilton. This is the new movement in beauty. Not only beauty from the inside, but beauty from the outside that's going to permeate the world and change the globe.
I don't know that there's anything else I can say. I do think that the variety of what was brought here today was it covering the whole person. You know, because it was about the mindset. It was about, you know, things like body language, and there was education in it as well. So I think just the variety of everything, it just covered the whole person.
And as she said, it's from head to feet, which I learned from Renee. Your feet says everything about what you're non-verbally saying. And those tips will last you a lifetime. Take care, my friends. We'll see you at the next event.
Can't wait.
Ideology behind it, and I'm just amazed because I've been in the industry about 35 years now, and I'm so tired of the typical hair shows. Here we had whole new concept, whole new ideas, just something very give you some inspiration to take out to your fellow workers together and to the community. It's something that we can actually give back to the earth. Like we heard that we're just taking from the earth and we're not giving back enough. And this is an awesome idea with awesome products. I'm looking forward to getting into the Naturalique line.
Yeah, I'm loving the idea of being given tools in order to help the mission that I think we're both inspired by. So I think excited for the Naturalique show tonight, but so excited to be introduced to vendors I didn't even know were out there and speakers that I didn't even know I was missing. So this is a very unique event and unlike anything I've ever attended. I'm feeling very inspired and very excited to go out and share.
The speakers, I have to say, were top-notch.
Top-notch,
Don't you
absolutely
agree? They were top-notch.
And diverse.
Yes.
Diverse topics, but all like-minded.
And brought so much knowledge to us about life, about the environment, about how we can just give back in sustainability, and that's the best part about it. I'm really excited to start a new journey in life because of this whole day of learning today.
Yeah, so thankful to Kelly and her crew for putting this on. It's amazing.
Yeah, very great day.
Mic drop.
Awesome.
Okay.
Just had an absolutely fabulous day here in Texas with some incredible minds. I was very lucky enough to be able to speak today and share my story around mental health and the way in which the hair and beauty industry is so important in helping their clients but also looking after themselves. But I also learned a lot from all the other speakers. It was an incredible diverse range of speakers sharing amazing messages and huge value gained from every single one of them. The very unique thing about this summit was that not all of the speakers were from our industry. They were, again, a diverse range of speakers telling us about everything from body language to self-growth, and how to even look at the next generation and make us better employers. So I would say one of the best summits I've ever been to, and I've traveled around the world doing these for many, many years, and this was absolutely fantastic.
My name is Scott Tennant. I'm the CEO of Synergy Medical Group. And today at this summit, what I learned was the sustainability business in a salon is very close to sustainability in healthcare and actually any other business. These speakers were on point about how to take care of the earth and yourself, your business, and others that you work with. So I loved this completely. Next year, I'm going to invite my employees, and all of my clients are local to this area. This is a place I think you need to be.
Hi, my name is Ashley Taylor. I am the owner of Southern Tangle Salon in Conroe. We are a little outside of Houston in Texas. This is my husband, Joe Taylor. We really enjoyed this event today. We've been to a few hair shows before or summits before, and we haven't had much that's been able to cater to our vision for our salon, and I feel like all day today was just full of education and knowledge and tips and tricks of like what we should be doing, pushing forward with our salon and our sustainability.
Yeah, and I feel like the big thing that I picked up on too is that you don't really know what you don't know. And so there's things that you think you have and you think you know things, and then you come here and you get exposed to something you never thought of in a million years. And so I think those are really the things that bring real value to something like this, is you don't even realize what you don't know until you get here. And then you know.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm Leah LaSala, and I work with beauty brands, and I got the opportunity from Kelly to come attend this Sustainable Beauty Conference. Now, to be honest, I didn't know what I was signing up for, but oh my goodness, I've learned so much. What I loved about it, you've got to come, because it's a great diverse conversation. It's about the health and wellness of the earth, the health and wellness of this industry, and the health and wellness of those that work in it. And that was the most unexpected surprise. So I was so grateful to have this opportunity. And I hope you get to experience it sometime too.
So what I loved about today was the magic. There was just so much magic of all these amazing people that came together and really delivered, truly delivered. When I say delivered, they delivered. I've been in the industry for probably over 20 years, and I thought that, wow, I'm gonna be here for this long, this many hours today. What possibly can I learn different that I haven't learned in 20 years? I can tell you right now, in 2 hours, it has evolved my life, changed my soul, and I've been surrounded by the most dynamic people in the industry. I learned everything from body language to evolution of your thought process from this beautiful woman right here. I learned how to be so dynamic at hosting and making everyone feel comfortable by Kelly, the real lady who put on this whole production, put everybody together and starting a brand new movement. And I just got to say, it was a true evolution of my soul. And then you brought in people like Tom Chapman, the beautiful Hilton, Sophia Hilton. This is the new movement in beauty. Not only beauty from the inside, but beauty from the outside that's going to permeate the world and change the globe. I don't know that there's anything else I can say. I do think that the variety of what was brought here today was it covering the whole person. You know, because it was about the mindset. It was about
things like body language, and there was education in it as well. So I think just the variety of everything, it just covered the whole person.
And as she said, it's from head to feet, which I learned from Renee. Your feet says everything about what you're non-verbally saying. And those tips will last you a lifetime. Take care, my friends. We'll see you at the next event.
Can't wait.
Whole ideology behind it. And I'm just amazed because I've been in the industry about 35 years now, and I'm so tired of the typical hair shows. Here we had whole new concept, whole new ideas, just something very give you some inspiration to take out to your fellow workers together and to the community. It's something that we can actually give back to the earth. Like we heard that we're just taking from the earth and we're not giving back enough. And this is an awesome idea with awesome products. I'm looking forward to getting into the Naturalique line.
Yeah, I'm loving the idea of being given tools in order to help the mission that I think we're both inspired by. So I think excited for the Naturalique show tonight, but so excited to be introduced to vendors I didn't even know were out there and speakers that I didn't even know I was missing. So this is a very unique event and unlike anything I've ever attended. I'm feeling very inspired and very excited to go out and share.
The speakers, I have to say, were top notch.
Top notch,
Don't you
absolutely.
agree? They were top notch
And diverse.
Yes.
Diverse topics, but all like-minded.
And brought so much knowledge to us about life, about the environment, about how we can just give back in sustainability. And that's the best part about it. I'm really excited to start a new journey in life because of this whole day of learning today.
Yeah, so thankful to Kelly and her crew for putting this on. It's amazing.
Yeah, very great day.
Mic drop?
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, hello and welcome to the first annual. This is going to be the first virtual Sustainable Salon Summit. We had one in person in Texas back in May, but we got so much feedback from it that people enjoyed it so much that we decided to do a virtual summit. And this way people can join in. We have people from all over the world here today, from different countries, different continents, many time zones. One of our speakers is in Australia, so she will be joining us, I think 2 a.m. for her. So make sure to stay to the end for that live panel. It's going to be incredible. We have, of course, speakers from down in Texas and the UK, all over the world. And I want to say, just to get started, it's really important, make sure you have your cameras turned on. This will be a very intimate event. We wanted to keep it small and just specifically for salon owners, for stylists, for people in this beauty industry who care about sustainability. We're also live streaming it to YouTube. So we'll, say hi to everybody who's joining from all around the world there. And wanted to also just make sure you have your water, have a notebook and pen, because there's going to be a lot of really great insights today. We will be doing breakout rooms where we get to meet each other. We get to meet the speakers. We get to interact and share our stories and what we're learning. So please keep your cameras on and make sure to join those when they're ready. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Stephanie Hengstenberg, otherwise known as Super Stephanie. And she has a super eclectic background spanning the entertainment industry to health and wellness. She is a mom of 2 amazing teenagers with a husband that keeps her laughing and supported through all her crazy adventures. And she loves to support the dreamers of the world. I love that, which is why she loves working with Kelly Swing and the Sustainable Salons Summit and the Sustainable Salons community. So without further ado, I will bring Stephanie to the stage, our MC for today. Welcome.
Hey, everybody!
How are you? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. I've been up for so many hours just dreaming about this event and so excited to see all of your faces here. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much for being here. Eric, you are incredible. I would give you a super, Eric, is what I would say about you. You are incredible. So thank you so much for your valuable efforts and help to put this together. And for everybody that is watching virtually and live on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. This is a really special event. Eric is not wrong. We had an amazing amount of feedback from our live event. You know, when you start out and you put an event like this together, sometimes you don't know how it's going to go. And for people to respond in the way that they did from our live event was just absolutely stunning and incredible and felt so amazing. And I have to say, I'm really impressed with this team and the ability to just immediately pivot to this live event. There was such demand for it. And so it's really exciting to be here. So I want you to write in the chat, yes, I'm in, or just in. In will be sufficient if you are ready to be all in today. Yes. I want to see how people are going to behave and act with us. And I'm looking over here because that's where my chat is, and I'm seeing in, all in. I love it. Thank you guys so much for really. This is an interactive, invitation here. We want to see that you are here with us. And I love this. Count me in, Cheyenne. Thank you so much, Veronica, everybody, for being on with us today. So I'm just really excited that you're here, and make sure that you do stay until the end, because let me tell you, there is a special offer for those of you that are listening in today, a very special offer. I mean, I'm blown away by the offer. So you really want to stay until the end so that you can get that offer, you can hear the explanation of what it is, and you too can buy into this movement, because it is massive and you are going to be the founding members and the starting people that get this movement going. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, so I get the pleasure now of introducing this amazing human being who has blown my socks off with her dream and go and dream and do, and it's fascinating. So Kelly Swing, who is the brainchild behind all of this, she is going on more than 20 years in the industry, and which is to say something. I know a lot of you have been in the industry for a while, but 20 years, that's a lot of commitment. And but she knows that management has been something that has always been a part of her working environment. In fact, it actually started, she told me the other day, at 15 years old, when she was sort of thrown into a management position at Dairy Queen when she didn't even really ask for it. They just started giving her things to do. And, that says something about her character and her tenacity and just the way that she shows up when she's working. So I thought that was fantastic. She's a mom and a grandma, which is her most favorite thing in the world. And if you saw her, you would go, you're a grandma. She certainly doesn't look like your typical grandma, but it is her favorite thing in the world to be with those grandbabies. And I think, again, that it's super impressive to me that she has built a $1.5 million salon in 7 short years, along with creating this sustainable system and this movement that can help you. She wrote a book, and she is a philanthropist. She wants to give back to the community in such a huge way. And I just find that shows what her heart is. So with no further ado, let me introduce to you Kelly Swing. Nope.
I'm unmuted.
There you are.
Said unmute myself. Okay, thank you so much, Stephanie. And I am so grateful that you have been a part of this Sustainable Salon Summit with me. It's been really awesome. Thank you so much. And I cannot take any of the credit. Why do I always want to cry? Okay, so sorry. My team is absolutely incredible. My daughter signed up with everything, and my whole team. They have been so much and supportive and helped me through everything. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't do it and I wouldn't keep going. And you guys are just absolutely amazing. And thank you so much for your support, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't keep going every day from the very beginning. And when I first opened the salon, I thought, oh my gosh, this is going to be the easiest thing in the world. I love you guys too, I promise. So amazing. And we thought, oh, this is going to be so great and wonderful. And then roadblock after roadblock, it's a lot harder than we anticipated that it would be, and especially starting in a sustainable place. But the coolest thing that I learned was a lot of people didn't know about sustainability, including myself, and until we discovered along the way. So I would ask you how many people, especially when they start with me, is know everything about sustainability. So if you can let me know how much you know about sustainability from the very beginning. If you can put it in the chat. Are you an expert? Are you brand new to sustainability? Can you let me know in the chat where you guys are at, or if you're the guru? Oh, thanks, Eric. So anyone starting from sustainability, my whole team tells me that when they started, they really didn't think much about recycling. And then after they started working with us and we started becoming even more and more sustainable, even we grew in sustainability together that we were not even sure about when we first started. So awesome, Tracy. So working on eco-friendly salon spa, that's really awesome. I love that. Hannah, that's awesome. So 5 years, that's great. So I'm so glad you guys are here, and thank you so much for sharing that. I wanted to share our 10 steps. So we came up with 10 steps, and if I want to make sure that it's okay with you if I share the 10 steps with you guys on sustainability. So this is something that I shared, and it's a great way to get it started. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Would that be okay? Okay. And we're going to start. I got you at the front. Okay. So everybody see that? Yes? Okay. Awesome. So I do want to share the 10 steps. And this is something that we've actually learned along the way. So this is to becoming profitably sustainable. And you can use this in any business. You don't have to necessarily just use this in your salon, but it's great if you're you have a salon or any type of beauty business. So the first thing that I would suggest for everyone is to be clear about what you want. So a lot of times we say that we want to be sustainable, and it is a lot of work, and it is something that has to be within your heart, and it has to be something that you really decide that this is a great thing for you, and why should you do it? So the first question that I would ask you is why? Like, why did you start with sustainability? What made you think about doing sustainability? And why would it be important to you? Does anyone have any feedback for that? You can put it in the chat for me. Oh, and when I'm sharing the screen, it's hard to read the chat. So how do I do that?
I'll help you out. I'll help you out. I'm not, okay, here we go. Tracy is saying we are responsible for our impact on the earth.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Tracy. So true. And for future. So anybody have children or grandchildren like me, I really care about the future and where sustainability is going. I did write an article on why I believe green is the new black, because I really feel like green is going to be the new beauty. Does everybody agree? Yeah, it's awesome. Okay. All right. The second thing I have for you is do your research. So what we learned the hard way was we just trusted what we were told. So we had awesome. Thank you guys so much. Somebody had told me that we started with a product that was clean and sustainable and green, and we just went with whatever was told. And I know you guys probably hear about greenwashing or things like that, but I will say is do your research. So figure it out for yourself, like really look at the products, the claims of the company, what they're talking about. It's really important to understand yourself. So I can tell you all day about something, but it's really great to do your research. And more than just Google, ask the companies for their information. get more information on them, speak to somebody, get their clear expectations. It's really important to do your research so you don't make costly mistakes from the very beginning. And then I would evaluate where you are and brainstorm with your team. So this is so important. What we learned was our team becomes a huge part of your growth in any type of a business or somebody you partner with. So if you're independent, you can brainstorm this with your family and get people behind you, because it's really hard when you are going into something and you're all on your own and you get the naysayers behind you saying, no, you don't need to do that. Who really cares? Do they really recycle everything? Why are you caring about that? So you just make sure that you brainstorm with some people that are supportive with you. Find a community that supports you of people, just like everyone in this room. So I know that everyone here is interested in it. So this is a great place to start. There's a lot of people I know very supportive on Instagram or Facebook that you can follow, and maybe get in some other groups, which you'll find out at the end, because James Alba has a lot of groups on sustainability too, which you guys would be able to join that as well. And we do have that to share with you too. Oops, I'm so sorry. So we implement a recycling program. Of course, this is huge within your salon. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. If you have someone in your area that you know of that can help you. So people say that there's so many things that are not getting recycled, which is true. So you can actually go down and speak to somebody at your recycling plant and find out exactly how much they are recycling. You can also find places in that will contribute and help you with that. I think that I think Sustainable Amazing might help with that in other areas, I believe. And I think she's on this chat, so she could put that information in the chat for you. We use Green Circle Salons, which we love. Green Circle, we've been using them for a long time. So it's finding a program that works for you on recycling, because I know people don't understand that just hair alone causes methane gas and what we're doing to the planet. So being a salon in this industry, in the beauty industry, we're the second highest contributor to the demise of the planet. So just the fact that we want to be in this industry and we love it, but we need to protect the environment as well. So it's very important to start with the recycling program. Number 5, build a strong team culture. So what I learned was that sustainability builds a strong culture. We actually have a stronger culture because of sustainability. When you're working together and you have a mission and you're doing something better for everyone, it makes a huge difference for your salon culture. And be very diligent on who you hire and make sure that they have the same goals and beliefs as you before you hire them. And number 6 is focus on quality, switch to eco-friendly products. Of course, that's a huge deal. And there's so many things about eco-friendly products that we can go into. And I actually do that in a course that I have. But just to run over it quickly, you want to know that how they're created, where they're created, what laws are governing over those products. Are they recycled? Are they recyclable? There's so many things about eco-friendly products that you need to know about, and don't just go with what them saying natural, or, there's so many things regarding that, which we can go into that another time. But eco-friendly products, of course, is a way to go. And even with your cleaning supplies and everything in your salon needs to go, or in your business or in your home, should be more sustainable, and they are available. So why not get them? Cutting costs, reducing waste, and preserving resources. So of course, with any sustainability is cutting costs and reducing waste, correct? So we want to make sure that we are diligent on not wasting, as well as it's financially better for us. So we use Vish, which we love. Vish is a color measuring system. We absolutely love Vish. We are Vish fans. We actually we're number 2 in North America on the least waste. So we won that in 2023. So really excited about that. My team was really excited. We have contests on the less waste. So cutting costs and preserving your resources. Use glassware. We buy glassware. We don't use anything that's throwaway. Hair dryers and your hand dryers in your bathroom. There's so many little ways that you can do to cut back on waste and throwaways stuff. Number 8, be patient, don't quit, and persevere. So the huge part of all this is so many times it's easier to just quit and not continue. We've wanted to quit I don't know how many times. So it's hard when you feel like you're going uphill, but I promise that the longer you do it, it becomes habit and it continues. And standing up for sustainability is something that has been harder before, especially when we first started, but it's becoming a new thing to do now. So it's becoming much easier to continue through these, but of course, go to your support system and they can help you. 9 is standing certified. So certified is a really great way to show everyone, including your clients, friends, who you stand for, anybody that you want to work with as other businesses. So getting certified is a huge way to do so. And there's several different certifications that we know of, and I know there's many more, but just a few that I listed were, of course, Green Circle Salons and Green America. We also have Sustainable Salon Certification course that I offer to help certify. But getting certified gives you that badge of being sustainable. And also, what I learned while I was getting certified was so many things I didn't think about with sustainability, and I was surprised that it helped me become even more sustainable by just going through the certification. And then, of course, 10 is purchasing power. So what we don't realize is every single day that we make a choice. So every dollar you spend, you're telling that company that you agree with what they're doing. No matter what it is, no matter what you buy, you're saying, yes, I want you to make more of this. So if it hurts you, the planet, others, then you're creating more of that, in my opinion. So your purchasing power will help with sustainability, and that's the best and easiest way to start. Is every decision that you make, please make it with the thought of how it was going to affect the future. So I hope those helped you, gave you a little bit of quick sustainability on your business and yourself. And let me know if that was beneficial for you, or if that was helpful at all. I hope so. And now I want to talk to you and introduce somebody to you. So we invited Mandy to our salon, and she's also my business coach. So I fully believe that you should get a coach if you are in business at all, because I think that you need somebody to support you and be able to help you grow into your goals. So my person that is actually my business coach is Mandy Dana, and she has completely changed my life and my entire team. So we had Mandy come into our salon and give us, it's called Total Results Training. So she actually comes into our salon. She's come twice. We have one more we're excited about. And she comes in and she gives us coaching. So we get coaching from Mandy, because I figured that if I was getting all this benefit, I wanted my team to benefit from this as well. So with Mandy, we discovered when she was speaking with us how wonderful that she was and how she impacted everybody in my salon and changed our lives, that we invited her to the summit, and I also wanted to invite her here. And together we have created the Salon Life Coach Certification course, and I wanted to introduce her to you so you can hear from her and get to know her a little bit, and she can share some tips with you. She has over 10,000 hours of coaching and training and mentoring with the #1 personal development brand and business strategist. She is absolutely awesome. She gets me off my feet and makes me do things. And when you want to give up, Mandy's not going to let you give up, I promise. So I wanted to introduce you to and have her share with you some tips for you guys. So welcome, Mandy.
Thank you so much, Kelly. That was, thank you for edifying me so beautifully. Great to see everyone and great to be here. I really, it's an honor, and I really appreciate the invitation, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve those of you that are here on this training today. Love to see your faces. And so for those of you that don't have cameras on, I hope you're listening.
And if you want to turn them on, I'd love to see your face too. Today, I'm going to share my screen in just a minute. And as Kelly said, I've been coaching for a while now. I've been doing this for about 10 years. I've gotten to work with some of the top businesses mostly in the United States, some in the world, and some of the most successful people. And in that process of those, and my own journey in the process, I've learned a lot, as you can imagine. And I've seen patterns, and I've learned some key things that really make the difference between success and failure. And one of the things that I want to focus on today is leadership, is your identity as a leader. Now, how many of you guys are leaders here? Give me a show of hands or drop in the chat if you're a leader. Yeah. And how many of you guys feel like your leadership skills are strong? Like you feel like I'm crushing it in leadership? I see no hands. I see one hand. I see one. I see two. All right, great. How many of you guys are like, I could do a little better? Get a show of hands for, I could do a little better. And the truth is, even those of you that are crushing it, there's always next level. How many of you guys are like, I pretty much suck as a leader? Oh, we got to work on that belief. We got one. Yeah. And so wherever you are in that spectrum, there's something in this for you. And I'm going to share my slide now just to give you some visuals, because I know you like to see my face, but we'll share the slide as well. All right. So again, we're going to be talking about leadership. Now, leadership it's not just a role that you're playing, right? It's not just where you are in your business, but it's a way of being. Leadership is a way of being. So it's a mindset. It's the person who sets the standard in an organization, in a group, in a community, in the world. That's what we call leaders, like someone who can actually set a standard and gets people excited and leading. Now, where are you guys thinking about your goals? We just finished Q2. We know we got to step into even stronger leadership. You guys are getting some great skills here. Before I get started on the four, basically I've condensed down the things that I feel are most important to success into 4 categories. I'm going to start with my story if you'd like to hear that. Yeah, I know if some of you guys were at the summit, you probably heard this before. So 10 years ago, I divorced my husband, closed my business. I had all these things happening all at one time, and I was pretty low. Fast forward I got into this personal development world, and I started to understand how much mindset has to do with it. I started to shift my mindset. My life started to change. And so just 6 years ago, even though I was doing the work for 4 years, I was unemployed. I was renting. I had no savings. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I had 3 kids at home. I was literally bouncing checks to pay for groceries. Well, I had the whole formula down, so they weren't really bouncing, but I was writing them before I had the money in my account. And I wasn't a public speaker. I had so many limiting beliefs. I didn't believe that I was going to be able to buy a home as a single mom, because I live in Northern California on the coast. So that felt impossible to me. I never thought that I would make 6 figures. I was making like no money at the time. Obviously I was unemployed, but even before that, I wasn't making a lot of money. So I never had this idea of like who I could be. I just was like in survival and going. And I never had really I never had a vision. And so I started working for this organization, and actually before that, I got a coach, and my coach was the one that said, you should get a job with us, because they knew I wanted to be a coach. And so I got a job. I got the job. I was actually so shocked that I got the job that I didn't even believe that. I believed I had imposter syndrome so bad that I believed that they were going to figure out that they shouldn't have hired me. That's how crazy my limiting beliefs were. But once I got into it, and once I started using the tools, and I kept coaching and I kept doing the work, my life started to change. I started to do things that I became a public speaker because I was pushed into it. I had all these opportunities come up, and I took advantage of all the opportunities. Now, one of the things that stood out for me, that stands out for me in anybody that I work with, is your identity. You must know yourself. Your identity is the strongest force in human psychology. Identity is the strongest force.
This is that invisible force that drives our results, it drives our actions. And so think about, as we're going through this, who are you as a leader? Who do you believe you are right now as a leader? Drop in the chat who you believe you are as a leader. Who do you believe you are as a leader? I want to hear from you. Nobody is sharing. There we go. Lead by example. Well-intentioned. Great. What else? Who do you need to be? Who do you want to be as a leader? That's really the most important thing, is where you are now, but where do you need to be? Where do you need to be to crush your goals this year? Where do you need to be to get your salon where you want it to be? Where do you need to be to get the sales that you want to get? What is that leader? And what you want to do is you want to close the gap, right? We want to think about what has to happen. What are some limiting beliefs that you have that are creating that gap? These are the beliefs that are slowing you down. You know, my beliefs were, I'm not a public speaker. I'll never buy a home. I'll never, you know, I won't, on my own, I can't, I'm not, I am not. These are the things that are driving us. Anything that we say after I am, we're identifying with, we're embodying. And so think about, what is it that you need to embody? Because the beliefs that you have that aren't getting you to where you are, or aren't getting you to where you want to be, those are the things that are slowing you down, right? And those are usually the I am nots, or the I ams that have a disempowering word after it. Also, some things that stop your scarcity mindset, right? Scarcity mindset is there's not enough. There's that belief that there's not enough, or it's not for you. Worthiness. Worthiness is huge. I don't care who you are, how successful you are, worthiness will get you every time. I work with people who have everything and they still don't feel worthy of it, so they're not happy. And what we want to do at the end of the day is we want to achieve our goals, but we also want to be happy, don't we? And we know, so the chokehold to our business, the chokehold to getting our goals within our business are your own psychology. It's your own identity, your own limiting beliefs. So in one way that you can figure out what your limiting beliefs are is to think about, in your business, where are you hitting a wall? In your life, where are you hitting a wall? And usually we have patterns. Like I have patterns, and I still have patterns. I've been doing this work on myself for over 10 years. And it's funny because I joke around, I'm like, how do I still have more layers to dig through? How is it still here? And, but the truth is we all have it. And you think about those patterns, because really your patterns will show up in every area of your life. So if you have a pattern in as a leader, you probably have that pattern in other areas of your life. If you have a pattern of not speaking up, of not being direct, of being afraid of something, those are going to show up in all areas of your life, because you are the common denominator, right? We are the common denominator in our own lives, in every area of your life. And I want you to understand that no matter where you are, it's not wrong. You're exactly where you need to be. There's no right or wrong here. It's really just about improving, right? So when you're looking at, this is something that I do, or this is a belief that I have, it's not, don't make it wrong. It's not about wrong. It's about, okay, what has to happen to get to the next level? What is causing this? A lot of times our limiting beliefs are caused by life experience. We might have decided on something when we were young, and we made this decision unconsciously, and then our life experiences reinforce that belief. Oh, if I stay quiet, then people will like me. And then you continue to stay quiet and people like you, but then you find you actually don't like yourself because you're not taking care of yourself, right? And how do you break through that? It's really about consciousness. It's really about noticing it. And when you notice it, when you have consciousness, then you can change it. There's these 4 levels of consciousness. I'm going to take a sip of water, excuse me. There's 4 levels of consciousness that we go through in breaking through limiting beliefs. The first one is, and you write these down. Hopefully everyone has notebooks. The unconscious incompetence. This is like, you have a limiting belief. You have a pattern in your life, in one area of your life or all areas of your life, that isn't working for you, and you're really not aware of it. It's your blind spot. And the second level of that is you have a breakthrough, you have a realization that something isn't working for you. And that's what we call conscious incompetence. So that conscious incompetence is I have a pattern that's not working for me and I want to change it. I'm aware of my limiting beliefs and I want to change them. Third level, conscious competence. You're doing the work. You're creating new patterns. You're creating new beliefs. You have that in your consciousness and you're deciding how you want to show up every day. Because how we show up every day is always a decision that we can make. We're always in choice. Now, I'm not saying that's easy because it's not easy. The times in my life that I was building, I had to consciously do it and it wasn't easy. It was never easy, but it was worth it because the things that are worth it are not usually easy. And once you do it and you embody it, that's the fourth level is unconscious competence. That's the embodiment. I've done it so many times. Now it's who I am. For me, it was public speaking. I was scared to death of public speaking when I started working for this company 6 years ago. I wouldn't be on here talking to you guys right now. I would be like, not raise my hand in a group situation. I'd sweat. I'd turn beet red. I'd over-evaluate myself. That's how that would be. And then I built the muscle through the action. And sometimes, we think we need to change a belief, but sometimes it's the action. We have to take courageous action to change it. Another thing to think about is when you're thinking of your limiting beliefs, when you're thinking of the things that are stopping you from being where you want to be, whose voice is that? I love this question. I got this from some work I did last year. Is it even your voice? It may sound like your voice because you've said it to yourself so many times, but it may not actually even be your voice. It might be a parent. It might be a teacher. It might be an ex-boyfriend or an ex-girlfriend or an ex-partner. It could be a friend. It could be someone else's voice. And if it's disempowering and it's bringing you down, let it go. If it's serving you, yeah, listen to the voice, right? But ask that question when you're having a moment where you have a limiting beliefs, whose voice really is this? Is it really mine? Now there's a few things. I'm going to change my slide here. I got to get back to that screen. So to go back to, I already asked you this. I've gone through all these and not even used my slides. Look at that. That's called unconscious competence.
You made it, Mandy. You made it.
I made it. I did it. All right. So one thing you want to do is you want to protect your energy. And what do I mean by that? First of all, your energy is you are your energy source. And this looks like a few layers. This looks like your physical body, right? This looks like taking care of your physical body so you have the energy in your physical body. This looks like your mind and protecting what goes in and out of your mind. This looks like in your relationships. So there's a lot of different ways that you protect your energy. Now, as business leaders, as stylists, this is a really important piece, is to be able to protect your energy, because we can get drained. How many of you guys get drained from working? How many of you guys get drained at work all day? Yeah, we do, because we're constantly outputting energy. And if we're not careful, we're not protecting our energy and also refilling our cup, that can really cause problems over time. I mean, even in my industry as a coach, I have people I work with coaches that drain themselves because they're not setting boundaries, right? This is about setting boundaries around what you're giving, but it begins with taking care of your body. It begins with having rituals. So you want to make sure that you have rituals around self-care. Rituals around self-care. This could look like meditation, for some people, prayer. For me, I meditate every day. What does that do for me? That helps me stay grounded. That helps me stay centered. If I don't meditate, my brain will be off. So that gets me centered and grounded for the day. Feed your mind. That looks like, what are you feeding your mind? Are you scrolling on social media all day long and not really putting any substance in your mind? Are you reading books that serve you, or even books that are fun to read? But what are you feeding your mind? Are you going to, I know you guys are here in this training, so that says you're doing something, but what else are you doing to feed yourself for your career, for yourself? Movement. For me, I exercise every day. That could look like many different things to people.
what works for you. Now, as you go through these rituals, you want to make sure you figure out what works for you. So for me, I do different kinds of exercises, and I make sure that I move every day. If I don't, I know that my energy is going to be down. It is a must for me. These things that you see on here are musts for me. And if you do these, I mean, I'm telling you, as I said before, these come from working with people who are the most successful, is when you do these, it actually helps you it's going to help you be a stronger leader. It's going to help you be a better stylist. It's going to help you be a better leader, a better boss, a better friend, a better partner, because you have to take your relationship with yourself is the most important relationship that you have in this world. And so you want to honor yourself and honor your body. Nutrition. This is huge. How many of you guys eat junk food? How many of you guys go like hours and hours and hours a day and you don't eat? And like by the end of the day, you're like, shoot, I haven't eaten. Yeah. I mean, we all have done that or do that at times. And what you want to make sure of is that, because what happens is you get on a roller coaster when you're like that. It messes up your metabolism. It increases the cortisol in your body, and it causes you to not be at your best. And so what this is doing is when you are you have proper nutrition, you've moved, you've fed your mind, you've had some kind of breathing or meditation practice, this is going to help keep your body in alignment and in shape. Now, I love this quote, Jim Rohn, stand guard at the door of your mind. For me, this is about your mind. This is about your emotions and your mindset. Now, standing guard at the door of your mind can look like, what are the conversations that you're having? What kind of conversations are you having in your daily life? Are they feeding you or are they taking away from you? How many of you guys I like you're eating pizza, Brandy. Sorry, I got distracted by the comments here. How many of you guys are having conversations with people daily that are sucking the life out of you? Any of you guys have conversations with people that suck the life out of you? Yeah. Right. And, you know, we want to, and you, what do you do when you're, Eric, I saw you raise your hand. What are you doing when those conversations come up? How do you handle that? Because this is important, is really putting boundaries around the conversations that you're having. You know, and that can look like, he says he doesn't get attached to it. Great. That can look like just changing the subject. It could look like asking them if they actually need help. It could look like walking away. It could look like giving them an invitation to have a different kind of conversation. But the point is that you want to limit the kind of conversations that are taking from your life. And what I say, I love this, because at one point I got this health coaching certification. And this is a metaphor really, because it's about food. But one of the things that we learned in that was, when you want to change your nutrition, when you want to change your diet, you, instead of eliminating or limiting yourself for the bad stuff, you crowd out the bad stuff with the good stuff. So say you eat more vegetables. So in this case, crowd out the bad conversations with more empowering conversations or more meaningful conversations. Talk about ideas, talk about goals, talk about growth. Those are the kind of conversations that you want to start to crowd the other stuff out with, right? This looks like what you're feeding your mind as well. That was one of the things I said earlier. What are you listening to? Are you listening? Are you listening to something that empowers you? You're listening to the news. We know that the news is not made to empower you. Maybe there's some audios that you're listening to. What are you watching on TV? You know, I did some Joe Dispenza events, and I love his concept is I don't watch what I don't want to experience. So think about what you want to experience. What are you listening to? What are you watching that's feeding that experience? That's standing guard at the door of your mind. You have control always of what you're allowing in and what you're putting out, but especially what you're allowing in, because a lot of times the things that we're doing, the things that we're feeding our mind with they become subconscious, right? They create our subconscious thoughts and beliefs. The conversations that we have can feed our subconscious thoughts and beliefs. So you want to be really, really mindful of that. Pay attention, be conscious. That's all this is just being conscious.
The other thing, so identity, we talked about identity, we talked about taking care of your body, or protecting your energy. The next one is action. It's courageous action. Sometimes if we don't have the experience, we might actually hold off on taking the action, right? Because how many of you guys have done that, where you have wanted to do something, but you've never done it before, so you didn't take action? How many of you guys have done that? Yeah, we've all done that. And that's when we have to step into our power and look at, you know what, this is what I do with a lot of clients is where in your life, what have you done in your life before that you've never done before, that you didn't know if you were going to succeed? Because we all have an experience of something in our lives where we didn't think we could possibly do it, or we had never done it before. We didn't have an example, but we did it, right? We've done it. And you know what? If you're scared, yay, that's good. If you're not afraid a little bit, then your goal is not big enough. Write that down. If you are not a little bit scared, your goal is not big enough. And when you set goals for yourself, you want to make sure it stretches you, right? You also want to make sure that's possible. So we don't want to put it to the point where we're going to give up, but we do want to stretch ourselves, because that's the idea. I mean, every human being needs to grow. We all need to grow. And so sometimes that growth is a leap of faith. We have to take a leap of faith, right? We have to take a leap of faith. And I know for myself, any time in my life that I've ever taken a leap of faith, I've never been sorry for it. Have you guys ever taken a leap of faith and been like, dang, I shouldn't have done that? Anyone? Maybe. No, probably not. And probably not because you got what you wanted, Katie, one time only, but you probably learned something from it, right? Because even if you don't get the thing that you want, you do get the thing that you need. And sometimes the thing that you need is the lesson. And sometimes the lesson is just the idea that you can take action even when you're scared, right? And you can use that as a model. All right. How's everyone doing? See, I like that, Katie. She said it was a hard lesson, but it led her to where she is now. So it's no regrets, right? So here's three elements to successful action. The first one is visualization. This is where you create your vision. What is it that you want? What is it that you want for your business? What is it that you want for your life? What is it that you want for your team? What is it that you want for your relationship, your health? Get a clear vision on where you're going. You want to have that destination really clear. Make it specific. Make it measurable. Make it realistic for yourself. Set a timeline on it. Make sure there's actions that you can take. So you want to have that vision clear and exciting. The second step is the purpose. Yes, that's the fuel. So if you think of these three elements as a road trip, your visualization is your destination, your purpose is the fuel in your tank, right? And that looks like having an emotional reason. We do things as human beings, we do things not for the things, we do things for how it makes us feel. We do things for what it means to us. We do things for who else is impacted. It's the fuel. And if you don't have enough fuel in your tank, you're not going to get to your destination. Right? And so if you don't have an exciting enough purpose or a meaningful enough purpose, you are not going to achieve that outcome. You're not going to get to that destination. And so if you aren't taking action, which is the third step, is your plan, your action plan. This is basically your GPS. Your plan is going to be your GPS. And if you don't have a strong enough purpose, you might not take action. And if you find yourself not taking action, you want to go back to why am I doing this in the first place? And one of the most powerful things that you can do for your purpose is to think about why you do what you do in your life anyway. What's most important to you in your life anyway? And how does this thing that you want feed that? Because most of us, and if you don't, start thinking about it, but we all probably know what's most important to us in our lives. And if you don't, great, this is an opportunity for you to start thinking about it. So those are the 3 elements to successful action. And remember, confidence is not a prerequisite. I would write that down. Confidence is not a prerequisite. Because again, as I said before, sometimes it takes that leap of faith. It takes that inspired action. And if you've never done it before, someone has, right? Model someone if that's what you need to do. But find a way that drives you toward that action, that drives you toward that outcome. If you dig deep enough, you will find something. All right, now the 4th is empty cup. And what does that mean? The empty cup. That means being a student, being a forever student. And that looks like being a student of life. That looks like consistently doing things like looking for the learning in things. How are you growing? How are you expanding as an individual and as a leader? What are you doing daily to grow? And remember that you can learn something from everybody in life. Everybody knows something you don't know, including a 5-year-old. And you can learn from, it's true, because I saw the quote. It was like, if you want to know the meaning of life, talk to a 5-year-old and an 85-year-old. Like, it was like, because life is simpler, right? And we get so in our heads, and we get so in the weeds with life, and in the daily mess of life at times, that we forget to be simple. But really, it's about being a forever student and knowing that you can learn something from everyone. And if you start to look at life from an empty cup and look for what you can learn from the people in your life, imagine what that can do for you. Imagine if you just considered yourself a student of life, and you just went through life with an empty cup and looked for what you're learning. What difference would that make in your life? And I can tell you, the most successful people, they do this. They're consistently, they're humble in learning. Be humble in learning. Be humble in who you learn from. Because sometimes we can judge people and go, oh, I don't have anything to learn from them. I'm far more successful than that person. What do they have to teach me? I'm this much older than that person. What do they know? But the truth is, we can learn something from everyone. So remember that, and be humble in your learning. And remember this too. I love this quote by Tony: everything in the universe is either growing or dying. There is not a third alternative. So if you're not growing, what does that mean? If your business isn't growing, what's happening to it? It's dying. If your relationship isn't growing, what's it doing? If your health isn't growing, what is it doing? If your finances aren't growing, what are they doing? This applies to everything. It's one or the other. And so keep growing. All right, so here, just to recap, the 4-part success formula is first knowing yourself. So really understanding where you are right now, where you want to be, and thinking about what identity you need to embody in order to get there. Second one is protecting your energy. We talked about rituals, talked about how to take care of your body and your mind. And then we talked about inspired action and coming up with a plan, having a vision, knowing your purpose and having a plan. And then, of course, being a forever learner and having an empty cup and being humble in that learning process. Now I'm going to have you answer a few questions, and you can share in the chat. But I'm going to give you about, I don't know, let's say 4 minutes. I'm going to put a little music on if that's okay with you. Do you guys want to hear some music?
Yes, yes. And so answer these questions. What are some limiting beliefs that you have that are holding you back? And why are you committed to breaking through those? And this could be for anything. Just pick one area of your life right now. We're here for business, so maybe it's for your business. What's a limiting belief or some limiting beliefs that you have for your business? What are some rituals that you're going to create to support where you need to be? What is one courageous action that you're going to take to move toward your goals? And then what is one area you need to grow, and why are you committed to growing that area? Let me share my music with you. 1 second. How's everyone feeling? Yeah? Good, good. I see some smiles. Can you guys hear the music? Is it too loud or is it?
Maybe it's time to let the old ways die. Maybe it's time to let the old ways die. Takes a lot to change, man. Hell, it takes a lot to try. Maybe it's time to let the old ways die. Nobody knows what waits for the dead. Nobody knows what waits for the dead. Some folks just believe in the things they've heard and the things they read. Nobody knows what waits for the dead. I'm glad I can't go back to where I came from. I'm glad those days are gone for good. But if I could take spirits from my past and bring them here, you know I would, know I would. Nobody speaks to God these days. Nobody speaks to God these days. I'd like to think he's looking down and laughing out of ways. Nobody speaks to God these days. When I was a child, they tried to fool me. Said the worldly man was lost and that hell was real. Well, I've seen hell in Reno, and this world's one big old Catherine wheel spinning still. Maybe it's time to let the old ways die. Maybe it's time to let the old ways die.
Great job, everyone.
It takes a lot to change your plans, hell, a train to change your mind. Maybe it's time to let the old ways die. Oh, maybe it's time to let the old ways die.
How's everyone doing? You need a couple more minutes or are you good? You're good? Okay. Awesome. All right. I see some shares already in the comments here. We've got, let's see. I was thinking, so Kelly, we're doing a Q&A, or we're going to spend about 10 minutes. So what I'm thinking is we could talk about some of these limiting beliefs if anyone wants to have a moment. Like I can talk you through some of this stuff and that could support you. Would you like that? Okay, great. All right, so you guys got a taste of what I do, what coaching is, and I want to just mention before I wrap it up here and before we go into the Q&A part of it, is that as Kelly said, we designed a certification program for stylists. And I'm really excited about that. What we're doing with that is kind of some of the things you saw here. So it's really about first beginning with your identity and, you're protecting your energy and those pieces of like who you really need to be, as a stylist, as a leader, and learning how to protect your energy. So that first piece is all about you, because it really does always begin with us. No matter what we're doing in life, it's about us. And the second piece of that certification program is going to be really about how to support your clients. How great would that feel to be able to not only make someone look beautiful on the outside, but also make them feel more empowered on the inside as they're sitting there in your chair. And to be able to do that from a place of empowerment yourself, you're protecting your own energy, you're owning your own identity, and then you're also being able to help and serve your clients on a deeper level. And what's really great about that is that what comes with that, it comes with repeated business, it comes with referrals, it comes with all the things that help to support your business and grow your business. And then the third piece of that is growing your business. So Kelly's gonna do that piece of growing your business. So we're really excited about doing that. And I know she's gonna talk more about it a little bit later. But I want to thank you guys so much for the time and for being here with me today and being present and participating. So are we going into a breakout room or are we doing this here? Kelly?
We can do this here.
Okay.
So if there's somebody in the chat or somebody you want to answer some of these questions, that would be.
Yeah. So let's talk to, and we can, if anyone wants to get off mute, and we can do that as well and have a conversation. I see one of the things here is Anna said limiting belief is that you won't be able to find quality hairstylists to work on commission. If you believe what you believe is going to, no matter what, is going to be the truth. And so if that's your belief, then that's going to be true for you. And you're likely going to attract that unconsciously because that's what you believe. However, if you look at that, it's very easy to change your belief if you choose to, or very simple. What else could be true? If you wanted to attract quality hairstylists that work on commission, what would have to happen? First of all, it's going to start with belief, as we know. So what would you have to believe? And then how could you? What actions could you take? What haven't you done? Also knowing exactly who they are. What do you need? Do you want to ask any questions, Anna, about that? Do you want to come off mute or anything? It's okay if you don't.
Hi, yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Sorry, I'm like running around and listening, but
you're good.
Yeah. Basically, I started as a salon director for our salon and spa, and kind of took over what I could. Our spa, with facials, massages, and those services have always been pretty booked up and busy. But for the salon part, we essentially had 2 hairstylists that work on a lease. And so there has been drama before, with people working on commission and wanting to change to a lease beforehand, before I was there. So I don't know how to mix, leased hairstylists and also commission, but to also like find those people. It's been hard. Like, I don't know how to find them. I mean, I'm posting on ZipRecruiter, Indeed, and posting on Facebook, and I just haven't gotten any like good quality leads from that.
And you said, you currently have ones that are working on commission that are successful?
I have one, and she's newer. She's newly experienced hairstylist. So I don't know. We don't really have many people on our team that are good quality.
And where did you find her?
Especially with color and things like that.
Yeah. Where did you find her?
She was our nail tech's daughter. So she's also a nail tech, so she's not fully a hairstylist. And
girl, okay. Yeah. And so what I would do is, first of all, is shifting your belief, is because that belief is not a good one. You know that.
Yeah.
And so the belief has to be, I will find it. There's Tony's got a quote. There's always, I have this in my gym on the wall. If there's always a way, if I'm committed. So get committed to, you will find them, and then you're going to find a way. And so get clear on, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I'm trying to stay hopeful and open-minded. Yeah, I mean, I'm newly experienced with the spa and especially with the salon industry. So I'm just like, I'm taking all the steps I can, but it's hard to stay hopeful when like I've been trying for so long, it feels like,
Yeah, and that's part of your journey.
is that you're in your hero's journey right now.
Yes,
And,
yeah, definitely.
you know, and it's exciting. So if you look at it, instead of looking at it as hard and uphill and like it's never going to happen, see it as, no, it's going to happen. And every failure or every no or every challenge gets you one step closer to success. So every time you have, you know, you're like, oh, that didn't work out, well, that means I'm one step closer to success.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And you're, you know, instead of hoping, no, you know, what have you done in the past that you weren't certain about, that you'd never done before? Right?
Yeah.
And been successful at. I'm sure that you have plenty of examples of that in your life, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This is that. It's just a different storyline.
Yeah,
Is that helpful?
for sure. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's
absolutely
great. Thank you guys so much for all these comments. I appreciate it.
Oh, goody. I didn't get to read them all. Who else wants to jump off? Let's see. We've got jump off mute, and I've got Hannah here. Where's my mouse? Hannah, would you like to come off mute?
I wasn't preparing for this, but hello.
You're on the spot.
Oh no.
I got you. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. So what is your limiting belief?
I definitely deal with imposter syndrome for sure. And also, you know, I think you made a good point of where, you know, kind of where are we at in our story. And so something that I've been, I think, dealing with imposter syndrome is, you know, who am I to do this? But also if something's not there, like whether it's community or just if something doesn't feel like it serves you, you know, it's testing everything out and seeing what does serve you, and then feeling comfortable to be like, hey, this is my path that I need to take, and see where it goes. So currently I'm a big believer in the background character of it all. Like my partner says it best, the wizard behind the cape.
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm trying to find of who needs to be the main character today, and how can we help, you know, with that. So and you know, for a long time I'm like, I think, as everyone also kind of deals with this, do I have something to say, and is it, you know, meaningful? I think I, you know, can contribute some, but I love being behind the chair. I love helping people feel, you know, reach to their full potential. So it's just kind of a different it's a different path. So and again, imposter syndrome of who am I to say and to help these people, or, you know, wherever maybe they need to, but you know, what a big impact that can make too. And also you get to protect your energy, you know, a little bit easier. So I know that's one thing that I like to focus on.
Thank you for sharing. And I would say, who are you not to? You know,
exactly.
And, you know, to come from a place of empowerment. The other thing is with imposter syndrome, because I think probably every person here has experienced that at one point in their lives. I know I have multiple times. And remember that it's only a part of you. It's not you. Like every emotion or every like experience that we have in life, and these disempowering spaces that we can go to, it's only a part of us. It isn't us. It's just a part of us. And we can choose to either embody that, or we can choose to recognize that it's just a part, and it's just a voice, and it's just asking you, are you prepared? Are you ready? Are you prepared? What has to happen for you to be prepared? You asked a couple questions, and I wrote down, do I, and is it meaningful? I don't remember what you said before do I just wrote do I down, but do I or is it are not the best questions to ask yourself to get yourself out of a disempowered state, because they put you in a yes or no position, which often our brain will choose no because it's got survival instinct. And so what you want to do is ask a different question, like, how do I make an impact? how is this meaningful? How do I make a meaningful contribution? How do I already do that? Where am I already doing that? And versus like, you know, asking these questions like yes or no, and then you get yourself down a rabbit hole because you're already contributing on a high level. You're already doing meaningful things. And so you just have to recognize that in yourself, and you're already succeeding. And, you know, think also about, again, I like to say this over and over again, is where have you done something before and you succeeded? Because we have to remember that. Sometimes we get so caught up in our fear that we forget how great we are. We forget all the greatness that we've achieved already in our lives. And all we need to do is just bring that to our consciousness, and that'll empower us. Is that helpful?
Absolutely. I will say I think I have the opposite problem where I say yes all the time.
Yeah.
So I need to stop saying yes all the time, which is right. We want to do more all the time, and it's truly like, well, where are my yeses going to be best suited?
Yeah.
Right. It's exactly, Kelly. It's the boundaries.
And what's exciting about that is your zest for life. You know, that you want to experience all these things in life. So you say yes to all these things. And what you want to do is just get it really clear. You know, that last piece on action, we talked about visualization, is knowing where you're going and then using that as your filter. Is this serving my direction? And then getting okay with saying no, because I don't know why you don't say no. If it is the zest for life, or if you're pleasing, if it's pleasing, that's a whole different thing. But it's, you know, it's knowing, like using that visualization as a filter and being unapologetic about it and knowing your purpose, because you know, if you get off course on your vision, then you're not living your mission. You're not serving your team. You're not hitting your goals or whatever it is that's part of your purpose.
I love that last part, especially like being, like you said, living your purpose, living your mission, and really sticking to that. That was beautiful.
Yes. Great. Wonderful. Are we done with time? We probably are.
We might be able to answer one more quick question if anybody has a quick one.
Anyone have something they want to ask or share around their limiting beliefs? No? All right. Then I want to thank you again for being present and allowing me to serve you today. I appreciate you, and hopefully I'll see you in the course.
Let's give it up for Mandy, you guys. Everybody give some nice claps and some love to Mandy in the chat box. You guys, I'm telling you, you cannot get this kind of quality and this kind of value just anywhere. You really, really can't. And so these golden nuggets, I mean, gosh, I have notes. I know what my things are. So thank you for helping every one of us to work on ourselves. That is such an important thing, because if we're not working on ourselves, what are we doing? Right? We're dying. We're rotting. Let's not rot. Let's not rot together. How about that? Can we commit to that? Let's not rot. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much again, Mandy. You are a gem. So thank you for being here. All right. Well, very excited to move on to our next speaker. This gentleman, I tell you what, there is a litany of things that I could probably talk about him for about 5 minutes for sure. At least 5 minutes, just me speaking the entire time, but we don't need me to be the one speaking. So let me give you some bullet points about our Tom Chapman. He is the founder of the Lions Barber Collective. He has multiple awards, including many awards for the Creative Head Most Wanted, many awards for Modern Barber Awards, the Marie Claire Awards, many of the Top 100 Influencer Awards, and even an endorsement from Prince William, you guys. Seriously, Prince William endorsed him. He is the author of 4 different books that are I know some of Kelly's favorite books because she wouldn't even let me take them off her bookshelf and read them for myself. No, I'm kidding. She would have let me borrow them. To me, he's also featured in many multiple media streams. There's, you can probably find him all over the place in between magazines and TV streams and online. But to me, because I had the pleasure of seeing him live at our summit at the end of May, I would like to call him a gentle giant with a heart of gold, because his desire to help others is truly something to behold. And he showed up for somebody else at our live summit in such a big way. And it was such an amazing thing to watch that it was just no big deal. It was like, of course I'm going to do this. Of course I'm going to help. So with no further ado, yet again, I'm going to introduce you guys to the amazing Tom Chapman. Tom, come on in.
Thank you. I don't really know what to do now after that intro. I don't know if I'll be able to live up to that. Thank you ever so much. Love the intro. And sorry, I'm late to the party and I have to split straight afterwards. I'm at home with the boys by myself this week. So I've fed them and they've got water and they've got the TV. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't have any children interrupting. Okay. I'm going to go through and just deliver a quick talk. I know we've got half an hour. I'm just going to talk about Lions Barber Collective, what we do, and a little bit about the training, about mental health, and keep it quite short and sweet. But I know we're going to have some Q&A or a bit of a breakout afterwards as well. So if anyone's got any questions, please feel free. I am going to try and share my screen and make sure this works. If you could please let me know it's working, that would be amazing. Yeah. Okay.
We see it.
I see it. Let's see
and you're right on time, sir.
I'm right on time.
You're right on time.
Okay. Cool. Let's see if I can make it play now, shall we? Right, amazing. Tech wizard. So Lions Barber Collective, as I've already been told about already, is a charity that works on suicide prevention and mental health. Suicide is the biggest killer of people here in the UK under the age of 45. And we touched on some statistics when we were in the States. It's not quite the biggest killer, but I'll give you a bit of a context. I know you've got a much bigger population. Someone dies every 120 minutes by suicide here in the UK, and in the US, it's every 12.3 minutes someone dies by suicide. So it is a big issue. I think everywhere I've ever been, someone unspoken, any country, somebody has come up to me and said that they have their story of where they've lost somebody or lost a friend or thought about it themselves. So it is a huge problem wherever we go. 75% of those deaths here in the UK are men. So it means that we are 3 times better at doing it than you ladies. So it's one thing we are better at. So I'll take it. But yes, something we need to change big time. Each death by suicide here in the UK costs the economy £1.7 million as well. So it's a huge economic burden. And it's something that maybe we never think about with suicide. I've had a lot of experience with suicide now, but it was always very much an emotional loss. It was the stress and the strain of that emotionally and the questioning ourselves and feeling guilty and how can we look after the people that are left behind. But when we filmed our documentary, which is on Amazon Prime, the £1.7 million haircut, I was interviewing one of the doctors and he said to me about the economic burden, the economic cost of it, which took a completely different spin on things. And actually, it's really interesting to see that there's this money being lost in the economy every year. And perhaps we need to invest some of that in prevention because suicide is preventable and we have a huge effect if we invested in better services and early identification of mental health illnesses and mental health problems. 75% of those who die by suicide have had no contact with mental health services in the year before they die, which means they're basically unknown. No one knows they're struggling, they haven't had any treatment, any medication, any support. And that's why it's often people are so shocked that people have died by suicide. They can say nothing, I never knew they were struggling. I think that's because people aren't reaching out, having contact with people who they feel safe with enough to be able to open up and talk about this very difficult subject. And that's why I want to try and make as many touch points for people to have these conversations with those they trust and for those people who they talk to for them to have the education and the skill set to be able to signpost them to the resources that are available and let them know that it's okay to do so. So one of these things is they haven't spoken to mental health services, but they've probably had a haircut. They've been to beauty therapy treatments. They've had tattoos. We've worked with them. So that's the thing. We try and create more of these touch points within our communities so that people can actually have these conversations earlier and prevent serious mental health problems and potentially suicide. I'm going to go through the Lions Barber Collective story now and how we got to where we are today. And you might be able to see Big Will down there with me meeting him outside one of our barber shops in London a couple of years ago. And that was actually on Valentine's Day. I met him then. And I actually met Kate recently as well. I was at a brown table with her and I actually apologized for that point then, him having to spend Valentine's Day with me instead of her. So Lions Barber Collective, it started off with a life lost in 2014. I lost my friend Alex to suicide. I was completely unaware that he was struggling. I'd seen him just a few days before. There was a moment when I just put my phone into charge and I checked social media before I went to bed, and there was a message talking about his death, and then there was another one and another one and another one, which got flooded on social media very quickly, as things do. And I spent the entire night thinking, why would anyone do this? Why did he feel so alone? Why did he feel that suicide was the only option? Why didn't he reach out to anyone? All the usual questions that surround suicide. And then I moved on to a lot of the what if questions. What if he had actually reached out? What if when I saw him, what if I'd recognized he was struggling? What if I'd asked him if he was suicidal? Would he have spoken to me? And if he had, would I have known what to do? And at that moment, I'd had no idea. I had no training. I hadn't even come across suicide or any real mental health problems before. So that it just shocked me that I had no contact or education or talked about this previous to this actually happening. And that made me think, oh, surely we can do something about this. And then what cemented that idea was at his funeral, when I was ushered to the front, because I was one of the first people not to have a seat because it was so busy. There were so many people there to say goodbye to him, and that made a hugely different perspective on a funeral, because normally you're dealing with your own emotions. You're looking at the back of people's heads, so it's a very insular experience. But in that moment, I was just looking at the rest of the room, stood next to Alex in his coffin, and feeling all the love in the room for him, feeling all the sadness, feeling all the people, the sort of people's questions, the same questions I'd had, the whys, the what ifs. And that made me think, surely one of us could have done something. Why didn't he reach out to us? Why does this keep on happening? And what can we do to change this? Because this one person's death caused sadness for so many, when I reckon all of them could have helped him with his struggle if they'd known. And this led on to me. At the time, I was global barber director, so I was on stage a lot, working with lots of different teams, high profile barbers over here in the UK. And I was doing lots of photo shoots. So this is the idea that came to my head, I suppose, because of the area of the industry I was working in. If we could get 30 barbers together and create a load of haircut images, and then we could create a catalogue of men's haircut images that people would then go into barbershops, pick up off the coffee table and decide, what haircut they wanted by sort of celebrity barbers of the industry. And that actually ended up with us putting stuff out there, and me talking to the clients that I had about that, talking about the fact I was putting this out there for mental health. It was going to get into people's hands in the barber shop, and they all said to me pretty much the same thing. When I was going through whatever, it went, sorry, the boys are here, and the dog, 2 seconds. I will be 2 seconds.
This is a live show, y'all. It is a live show. So sometimes the dogs show up, sometimes the kids show up. It's fine. I kind of want to see his kids, honestly. Let them in, Tom. Let them in. I think it's pretty cool that there he is. Tom, you can let him in, man. We want to see your kids.
If we let them in, they'll be all over me. The dog will be over me. I'll never get rid of them. Sorry. So where was I? I put the book out. I was going to put the book out. I was talking to my clients about it, and they all said to me that I'd help them through certain moments of their life. I'd been cutting hair for about 16 years at that point, so I'd been with people for a lot of their life, really, sharing their journey with them, talking about all the different things they've been through, and they said that actually I'd help them through things like redundancies, through divorces, through all the different jobs and things that they'd gone through. I had been there through it, and I'd been listening to him, but I hadn't realised I had such an impact on people's lives as a hairdresser / barber. And one of the people that came in, a guy called Paul, who's a friend of mine, was really struggling with his mental health, and I'd always seen him as quite a sort of really successful sort of entrepreneur, and so it took me back, a bit of a shock, really. But it was amazing. Just mentioning the mental health project I had on the go was enough to make him open up to me. And I basically just listened to him, really, and then signposted him to a few things and said it's okay to go and seek help. Later that week, he actually went to end his life. He thought about the conversation we'd had in the barber's chair, and that was enough to get him back in his car, go seek help, start his journey to recovery, and actually go on to live his life. And now he's got his own house, his own business, he's married, he's got kids, and he's a very happy young man. He used to do a lot of public speaking for us, actually, but he said to me recently, he said, you know what, I feel like I've put it to bed. I don't have any of these feelings anymore, and I've moved on, and you've really helped by letting me speak about it publicly and help others. And so he sort of stepped away from what he was doing, but it's just amazing to see him I sort of speak to him, obviously, but it's amazing to see his journey on social media and how he's feeling now. So that made me think, well, if we can do that as hairdressers and barbers without training, what could we do with a little bit of training? So I went on and I actually did everything I could get my hands on, from mental health first aid to suicide prevention to literally everything, anything to do with mental health. And I saw the value in it and tried to get barbers and hairdressers along to come and do it. Got some funded training, and the take up was little to none. It was really difficult to get them to come and do it. It was 2 days, a lot of them being self-employed, couldn't take that time off. They didn't want to travel somewhere. And a lot of them actually said, it's a bit intense, it's a bit much for me, it's quite a heavy training. The ones that did come, eventually we managed to get 12, said similar things. It was very intense. They were uncomfortable. It was a little bit clinical, and it was a lot of information that perhaps they felt they didn't need or require. Like, I don't need to know what the symptoms of bipolar are. I don't need to diagnose my clients, for example. So I worked alongside Dr. Peter Aitking, who is a clinical psychiatrist and former psychiatrist of the year, to oversee what I was creating. And I built the 4 pillars of it, which were recognize the signs that someone's struggling, how to ask the questions that people need to hear and make them feel comfortable with confidence, listen to them actively, how to do that well, and then finally, how to help that person find the help they need. So the idea is that we can use the industry as a bridge to bridge the gap between the communities we serve, the people we're already seeing. And 72% of people aren't accessing mental health services already, and then send them off and signpost them to the resources that are available. Dr. Peter Aitken actually sat with me and made sure everything was clinically correct and safe, but also I was very adamant that it was in our language. It wasn't, it's very normal, easy to learn and appropriate language for our industry. This actually is 4 hours. We did a year of trialing, about 18 months of trialing it in lots of different ways. And we started off and we thought if we gave free barbering education in between, it would get people along as well and sign up. And we actually found out that people weren't that bothered about the barbering education. They were really more into the mental health knowledge. So that was really a positive for me, really, because I thought that would be the carrot to get them to come along. But actually it was the mental health stuff that they were really interested in. So we shortened it from a full day to a half day, 4 hours. It's more impactful, and they were much more receptive as well from it. So after about 18 months of trialing different amounts of numbers and spaces, we ended up doing it in a 4-hour session. And then I think what really kicked it off was during the pandemic, when I wasn't allowed to cut hair and travel around the world cutting hair. I actually spent a lot of time working out how I could deliver the training and working out how we could develop the charity. And I think we trained about 1,000 barbers and hairdressers through the pandemic when I was locked up inside using Zoom. And it was actually really amazing, an opportunity to get hold of these professionals while they couldn't do what they normally did day to day, and upskill them for the chaos that has come after the pandemic, listening to their clients talking about all the stuff that's happened since. So again, reaching unreachable is a big thing. People come and see us anyway as an industry, whether we like it or not. They talk to us about their lives, and I think it's about upskilling our industry so that we can have these conversations safely and with confidence. Because I know that when I started on the shop floor, I didn't have that knowledge at all. I was really just thrown to the lions. You know how to cut hair, and then you're having these conversations with people about their lives, very serious things, people opening up to you. It's a very intimate space that we're in, and I wasn't prepared for that. So I feel that teaching these next generation of hair and beauty professionals is a great way to protect them, as well as protecting their clients and the people in the chairs. And that's why we're doing things like the Lions Academies, where we are going into colleges and schools and talking about what we do, but also trying to get the training into the next sort of generation of the hair and beauty professionals so they're ready when they hit the shop floor. And I think that's a real legacy piece. That's the only way we're going to make any real changes. If we do this consistently for the next 10, 15 years, the majority of the hair and beauty industry, which is predominantly a very young industry, isn't it? There's not many people that keep on for a very long time, so it could be quite a quick turnover. And we found out that I don't even know what my role is. I'm on the British Beauty Council. I think whatever the titles they give you, But so I'm on the British Beauty Council. They do a lot of surveys and research and evaluation. They found out that a lot of people are leaving the hair and beauty industry here in the UK because of burnout, of the emotional burnout of people talking to them and not knowing what to say and not knowing what to do. So that was really interesting and interesting to me, because I think that's partly because we don't know how to have these conversations well. We are taught to cut hair and cut hair well as a professional, but you don't go to the garage and get the mechanic to get the mechanic to change your oil and expect him to entertain you and talk to you about your life and whilst he's doing it. It's a strange industry in a situation where it doesn't happen very often, but I think we need to be prepared for those conversations. And the other thing that we do is the pop-up barbershops, the pop-up salons, safe spaces, and we go around and raise awareness and have conversations and use the vehicle of a haircut to do this and make mental health fun. Really is a big thing. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, so there's some pop-up safe spaces. There's a few different pictures there, different arenas that we've cut hair in now. I don't cut hair in a salon anymore. I cut hair on train stations, building sites, festivals, all sorts of different places. This week alone, I've been on the road. Well, last week, so I was on the road from Monday right through till Saturday, doing different events and everything from a pop-up at Sky Garden, which is a walkie-talkie building, which, if you know London at all, is one of the new big buildings. The same way, if you've heard of the Shard and things like that, it's like one of these new quite flash buildings. We were up there with a view on the 35th floor, the view across London, cutting hair for all these investment bankers. So that was Wednesday evening, reaching people who are in high stress, high pressure businesses, cutting their hair at an event. And I swear there must have been about 1,000 bottles of Moet being poured. It must have cost some money, that event, I tell you. But it's a very high end, amazing event. But then the next day we were at a festival called Back Up, which is for the music and events industry, the live music and events industry. So the people backstage that are building the events, they're doing the lighting, they're doing that. People that go on the festival season and just don't see anyone. They're on the road living in porta cabins for 6 months of the year, and they're not the talent, they're not the crowd. They often get forgotten. So we were there cutting hair for them, and it's a completely different audience from the night before. Bankers in navy blue suits at the top of a skyscraper of high end. The next day we're in a field with all of these people that work behind stage at event, and we still had contact with both of them, conversation about them, both of them. They all just feel comfortable to speak to their hairdressers. Hairdressers and barbers have an amazing space in society. We talk to such a diverse group of individuals, and we're able to do so because we have this emotional. There we go, another child here. We have a what? And the dog. Sorry, everyone. We have a amazing that impact that we can have. We go into these spaces and people come and talk to us and sit in our chairs anyway. We don't have to try and get them in. It's not difficult to get people to come and sit and have a free haircut. As opposed to most mental health charities that we've done events with, they're normally a table with a couple of volunteers behind it, very clinical literature there, and you don't get much interaction. Whereas we get people to sit in the chair for 20, 30 minutes and have a conversation with them, talking about mental health, and they feel comfortable to do so. So it's amazing. The pop-up barbershops are one of my favorite things to do. We get out and we go to all different places, and it's just been an amazing way to break the ice and show value for what our charity does and have amazing conversations with people. I just don't know how, I don't know if there's any other industry where we can go into anywhere and people feel comfortable just come and talk to you about things like that. So these are the 3 types of training that I created. We started off with Barber Talk, which is very hairy and tattooed and aimed at barbers. And then we created Hair and Beauty Talk because the hair and beauty professionals wanted to come and do it as well, but the name Barber Talk didn't shout out to them. So we created Hair and Beauty Talk, so it was more directed to them. And then we had I had a lot of interest from people saying, can we do tutor talk? Can we do taxi talk? Can we do tattoo talk? And there was just becoming way too many logos, way too many just too much stuff. We didn't need to do it. So we created Here to Talk, which is non-industry specific with the same 4 pillars, which I think is applicable to anybody really. We all have these conversations with people daily in different spaces. And if we can create as many points of contact that are safe, then we can actually we can have a huge impact on the mental health of people. So the 4 pillars, I'm just going to run through these reasonably quickly because I know aware of time, we haven't got loads and loads of time today. But the first one is recognise. So we need to recognise some of the signs before we can do anything really, and be aware of that. And working with Dr. Peter Aitken, we spent a lot of time working on how can we make it really simple. Obviously, we don't need to diagnose people. We don't need to know if they've got a serious mental health issue, but you don't need to have a serious mental health clinically diagnosed illness to have problems with your mental health. We all have things going on in our lives that affect us mentally. So how can we recognize that? And essentially, it came down to changes in behavior. So change in behavior in anyone is a sign that something has happened. If they sleep a lot normally and now they're sleeping, like having struggling with insomnia, or the other way around, or they are very active people and they stop going to the gym or stop exercising, or if people all of a sudden have a obsession and start going to the gym every single day, twice a day, these things, changes in behavior, are a sign that something has happened. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a negative, but it means something has happened, and we can then use that opportunity to ask a question. That's what's important. And I think a lot of the time we have people that recognize the signs. When we lose people to suicide, they say, I didn't recognize the signs. But afterwards, when you talk back to them about these things in our education, they've said, actually, I did recognize this, I did recognize that. But they don't ask the question because they justify that person's behavior for fear of, if they do ask the question, they won't be able to fix and solve it. They won't know what to do. So I think having the confidence to know that if someone is acting out of character, we need to ask them a question, and ask them questions that make them feel like you genuinely care, not just are you okay? How's it going? But actually delving into it deeper, asking how's it? How are you feeling today? And using their name. And you don't see yourself. Would you like to talk to me? If they say no, and that's fine. You don't need to talk to me today, but just in case you ever want to talk to me, I'm here for you. Just letting people know you're safe, your safe space, and you care, and you are there for them is vital and so effective. I don't even have to ask people anymore or recognize people, just come and tell me anyway, because they know that I'm a safe space. Whether I like it or not, they'll come and just open up to me. And I think that's amazing and a huge honor that I'm be able to create that just by openly telling people it's safe to talk to me. Then it was really important that we listen and listen well. It's a very difficult thing to do. Don't be scared of silences. Let that person talk. Let them be silent. They're probably trying to think about their next sentence. If they are silent, we often try and in conversation. Generally, if they're silent, we try to fill it. And actually, that could be you could lose an opportunity for them to share even more with you. So don't be scared of silences. Keep on asking them questions about what they've told you and ask them to tell you more. And don't tell them that you know how they feel. They understand, and then start talking about your own experience that you feel may be similar. In fact, that's a really a big one, because we say I understand or I know how you feel because we think we're being empathetic. But actually, we're taking that moment away from them and making it about us, especially if we go off on something that is reasonably similar. And that takes it away from them, and that's them. They're not going to open up anymore. So even just saying, look, I don't understand what you're going through right now, but I'm here to listen, and hopefully we can try and solve this together. Simple as that, really. And actually, it's surprising how little you do have to do. Just be present and listen to them. I think we want to try and fix and solve the problems all the time, don't we? That's the problem. We jump in and try and fix and solve it, keep them safe and put them in a box and they're fine now. But actually, just by being there for them, you're doing much more than you could ever do, really, than fixing and solving a problem for them. And then finally, it's just help. So it's help that person find the help they need. The listening may be enough for now. It may help prevent serious mental health issues. It may help it if you listen regularly, but actually there's so many different resources out there that we can research and look for. I know when we did the training session, when I was in Keller, the gang that were on it found so many resources, and I think a lot of them were surprised about how many things they found. They'd literally just searched mental health support, your area, through a search engine. You'll find so many things. It's important to remember that it's not one size fits all. Check the resources are good and they work. You can do it together with a person that's struggling and help them, but some people are very good at talking therapy. Some people like these share groups. Some people say it's important to try different things, and then you can obviously, tell them, encourage them to try it. If that doesn't work for them, try this, and then carry on. It's not a one size fits all. And also, it's good to remember that you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink, and you can't force anyone to do anything. But hopefully, we can provide as many different options of water in front of that horse. They may take a sip from one of them and enjoy it. And then finally, I'm just going to talk about the 5 steps to mental well-being. These are the 5 things that we need to do regularly to keep ourselves mentally well. I think we're very much aware of what we need to do to keep ourselves physically well. If you ask anybody, they know what we should be doing, whether they choose to do it or not. But when it comes to mental health, I don't think people are that aware, because we've seen mental health as a mental illness, as something that happens to other people. It's something that's clinically diagnosed illness. It's not something that we actually deal with every day. Where have they gone? I just put them up there so I can see all the 5 steps, right? Okay, so I can see it talks to me in order. So the 5 steps to mental well-being are: first one's connect with others. It's really important to, be part of your tribe, whoever that may be. We all need to love and be loved, and we all need to belong. That's basic human condition. We need those things. So it's really important to connect with people, however you like to do that. Isolation and loneliness is a big problem, and we actually have a minister of loneliness in Parliament now, which was instated in the past few years because they recognise that problem, and her job is to basically deal with that in the UK. Number 2, being physically active. Obviously, we know it's good for our physical health, but it's really good for our mental health also. It's really good to be physically active and do some sort of physical activity every day, as long as it's something you enjoy doing. If you don't like it and you hate it, you're not going to do it. That's not good for your mental health. Secondly is, you can take that one if you want.
No, I just had to.
Don't start pressing buttons. The third one is
side buttons.
The third one is learn new skills. So that's quite a good question, April. You're learning already here. So learn that button. That skips the slide. There you go. You learn new skill. So learning new skills is really important. It gives us self-worth and growth, and we were just talking about that a second ago as I joined the meeting. So that's a really good one to just be here, learn new skills. I think the hair and beauty industry do that because the fashions and trends change all the time. So it's really good to learn new skills and grow, and it stops us from feeling stuck and feeling stuck in a rut with we're doing or improving ourselves all the time. Number 4 is give to others. Really important to give to others. It can be anything from time. It can be a text message to let someone know you love them. It can be gifts and money and all those normal things, but we often relate to giving. But it is really nice. It makes you feel good when you make others feel good. And then finally, being present in the moment. I know the last speaker again thanked people for being present whilst they were there, and I think it's something that's very difficult to do this in this day and age because we're so distracted all the time with lots of different things like the internet, emails, dogs, children, all that sort of stuff. But it's really important to just spend some time where you are present in the moment, really taking what's around you. And I think I did say at at Summit, my favourite thing to do in that sense is actually going to the cinema. I love going to the cinema because I turn everything off and I'm actually watching the film rather than watching it at home where there's lots of other distractions. So that's a really good sort of visualization of what being present means. It can also be things like mindfulness, meditation, yoga, all that stuff. But an important thing of all of these 5 steps to well-being is to apply them to yourselves and do things that you like doing, and then try and do them regularly if you can. And then you said about the 4 books there earlier on. There are the 4 books that are available on Amazon and all good bookshops, as they say. Okay, and that is me done. I think I'm bang on time. I'm 1 minute late. All good. Yeah.
You're actually quite early.
I might. I thought I had 30 minutes.
You got 4 minutes, man. No, that's fantastic. This is fantastic. And I think that what we can do is, if anybody has any questions, instead of going into a breakout room like we did with Mandy, if anyone has any questions or wants to chat with Tom about anything, please unmute yourself and ask away, because we have his attention with his young one sitting there for a little bit longer, and it would be great if anybody had any questions. Anybody? None at all? That just means, Tom, you did a perfect job. Right.
That's fine.
You gave them everything that they need. That's amazing. That's amazing. I do see that Veronica mentioned everyone should make it a priority to put their team through this training. Every salon and barbershop, and I could not agree more. I think that this is such an important thing that could really make especially when you're talking about just listening. People don't listen enough, but just the act of listening, even if that was the priority, man, there could be a lot of really good done in these chairs. So awesome. Daisy does say that she really appreciates this topic and will always try to be a better listener. Yeah, that can be a goal that we set, right? That can be a goal that we set for ourselves from this day forward, with everyone in our lives. It doesn't have to be the person that's in our chair. Listen twice the speed that anyone can talk. I love that. Wonderful. Well, if anyone else has any questions or wants to unmute themselves, now's your chance. Otherwise, we're going to let Tom go be with his kids and his dog and say thank you, thank you, thank you for taking your time to be here. And anything else that you have, Kelly, for Tom before we let him go?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for coming. Hey, Drake.
That's Abel. Yeah, we've had one thing I'll just touch on. You were just saying about getting how many people you reach. You think about if we can train all the hair and beauty industry up, we have access to most of the nation. And if we can look after the hair and beauty industry professionals, they support them, and then we can support the amount of people. How many people come through your salon every year? How many conversations are had in your salon alone, Kelly? It's the impact would be incredible.
So we don't even realize that. So when I learned the importance of what everybody just regulating themselves as a stylist and be able to take on all of these conversations, and not only that is you touch someone. So once you touch them, you also take on that energy and you're listening to their problems. And if you're not able to regulate that, it does take an impact. Like you stated, that so many people are leaving the industry, which is scary to me all in itself. And we're all, just like Anna was saying earlier, we're looking for stylists. We're actively recruiting all the time because people get burnout. So having a support system and learning the tools, if we learn the tools like Mandy was teaching on self-regulating and learning the tools on how to help people, then you're unstoppable, right? And you will not be able to, you can protect yourself, and also just the fact that you can impact people every day and help save lives. That's huge. What an amazing honor that is to have that ability. And we are working on moving Lions Barber Collective to the US. So we are working on that. So stay tuned in the future. So we can have that here as well and offered here. So Tom's going to be trying to get that moved here. So that's awesome. Yeah.
We're working on it.
Thank you.
Coming soon.
Fantastic. Yes. Bring it here. We need it. We need it. We need your brilliance.
We're doing it.
We need it. All right.
Abel agrees. It's fine.
Well, thank you so much again. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Drake. Thank you, other son and dog, for giving us your time today.
Thank you for letting us have your dad for a few minutes. We appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If anybody has any other questions, we are going to take a bit of a break. We can do a breakout session if needed, but it sounds like everybody kind of has their questions answered, or at least is inspired now by what Tom has added to our minds and our hearts and our souls today. So I think that unless somebody raises their hand right this second and says, I have a question, we're going to let him go. Yes, we can go get some water. We can take a little potty break. If anybody needs to get a snack, that sounds good. And Tom, thank you again so much for your energy and your time. And
Renee raised his hand for a question.
Oh, Renee raised his hand. Thank you. Thank you, Renee.
It's not a question. It's just saying, Tom, man, you rock. And I miss you a lot. I mean, I remember the private time at Kelly's was amazing. And yeah, you did a great job. And I really appreciate what you do, because I know a couple of people who went through some struggles in that area. And what you do, man, is mind blowing. I really thank you for that. I really appreciate that you do that. Really.
Thanks, Renee. I miss you too, mate. Have another whiskey by the pool sometime soon.
Yeah.
That's so fantastic. See, we're a growing community. It's so fabulous. So fabulous. Awesome. Thank you, Renee. We appreciate that. And we will be back with Renee very soon. So why don't we take just a quick, like 5 minutes. And if you need to go grab some water, if you need to go to the restroom, go for it. And then we'll come back and I will introduce Renee. Sound good, everybody? Okay. We'll see you in a short moment.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, guys, we have one last minute. Get up and dance. Get your body moving. Ooh, it's so close. We're almost there. We're almost there. Fantastic. Okay, I hope everybody took a minute to stretch as we're sitting here in our chairs and we got to get that movement done, right? Mandy was talking about the movement. It's very important in our days to get that movement. So make sure that you're getting in there with that music. Yeah. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Well, gosh, mind blowing. Tom is just, both of them, Mandy, Tom, all the value today has been so incredible. We're going to move right along with our lovely Renee. He is just such a gem, another gem. We have all these gems. I feel like, what is that called? The infinity glove? You know, I know that it can do like crazy damage, but it's also really, really fantastic. Like you get all of your gems in the glove. I think that's what we have. I'm nuts. Just don't bother. Don't worry about me. All right. So let's talk about Renee. Renee is a master in body language. Okay. And I'm certain that he's like sizing me up as I go and be crazy with all of my body right now. But he's a master in body language, a motivational speaker, a coach, and a trainer who runs an exclusive international company. He is super passionate about changing businesses into a higher level of positivity. That's what he's loving to do. And he empowers his clients with new skills to read thoughts before even one word is spoken. And if you can imagine combining what he knows with what Tom was just saying, it just gives everybody more tools in their toolbox to really impact those that are in their chairs, right? So he gives us these tools, and he has also shared the stage with many big name speakers, like huge names that you would recognize. So without further ado, yet again, let me introduce you to the amazing Renee Dusenik. Take it away, Renee.
Hey, hi everybody. How are you doing? Hope everybody is fine. Thank you so much, Kelly, for having me here. It's a real honor and a pleasure to be able to share. And I'm speaking straight from Oxford. Today I had a full day at Oxford Business College, and I'm still in the office. So, but it's amazing to be here. It's amazing to be able to share, and it's a privilege and an honor for sure. Mandy, Tom, everybody who is speaking, they are like, wow. I miss Keller, Texas, whatever, like crazy. What an experience that was. But yeah, body language. I'm gonna see if I can share the screen and dive right into it. And by the way, Stephanie, thank you so much for the amazing introduction. Really appreciate that. Now I have to perform. I have no choice, right? Anyway, so let's see if I can share this. Yep, normally that's okay. Should be okay. All right, here we go. Can everybody see that? Okay, all right. So if there's any questions about body language or whatever, please share them in the chat and I will be answering them. Now, first of all, body language. I don't know if I can, oh, I have to click with my clicker. Okay, welcome. And body language is actually not about a language. It's actually an expression of how you feel. So how you feel will create a certain body language, and that you will send out on a certain frequency. And that's why you attract the people or the situation you attract on a daily basis, because what you feel creates that body language. It creates a vibration and energy, and it will send out, it will be sent out. And what is going to be sent out will come back to you. I will explain that later on in the presentation. So Welcome. Where did it start for me? This is me when I was 18 years old in the Navy. Yes, I was a Navy. And then I was bullied in school like crazy, and I was going to prove myself to the world that I was a good for something, because everybody said to me, you're good for nothing, you're not going to make it, who do you think you are, etc., etc. And we all have some people who shower us with negativity. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to prove myself to the world. And I joined the Navy, and they said, you're not going to make it, this is not for you. And I made it anyway. And people said to me, yeah, but you're lucky. And we all know there's no luck attached to this, right? So, and all of a sudden, I saw people with stars and stripes, and I said, listen, hey, I would like to become one of them. And again, got a shower of negativity, and I say, you know what, let me show you, I'll do it anyway. And I got in, and that's me on the back here, in the back of the platoon. I was a sergeant. I had my own platoon in Germany in the armed forces. And then from there on, I saw people with six packs jumping out of airplanes, and I was, wow, this is me, you know, Navy SEALs, Special Forces. In the Belgium armed forces, they call them paratroops, paracommandos. And I applied, and what happened, this was me here, my first jump. And people said, yeah, don't do that. They're going to drop you in war zone. Why should you do that? And I said, you know what, watch me, I'll show you. And you know, F you. I'm going to keep it polite here. But that happened. And the people say, yeah, but you're so lucky. And can't you be pleased where you are? And we all have people like that in our lives. And then once that happened, that I was jumping and I was watching the pilot, and at a certain moment, I was sitting in my hiney in a C-130 Hercules. That's a logistic aircraft. And you know, these big aircrafts, and the back opens up, and then you run, and then you jump. And I was sitting on my hiney waiting for jumping. And I was watching the pilot. And guess what? I said, you know what? Wouldn't that be something for me? And I went home, and in all my excitement, I told everybody I'm going to become a pilot. And Renee, this is not for you. You have to study. And they were right. Me and studying, that's not really something that matches. But hey, I did it anyway. And I applied. And funny enough, I got in. And this is me here as a student pilot. And then later on, I started flying helicopters. And people say, wait, you're lucky. And let's be frankly honest with each other. There's no luck attached to it. It's just persistence and doing what you have to do. And it's the same in the salon industry. If you have a dream, for those who are like, I heard something about imposter syndrome and stuff. If you have that, that's okay. But make sure to have that dream, that goal, and go for whatever you stand for. And if that's the salon industry, just go for it. And yeah, and learn along the way. I had to learn myself along the way a lot, but hey. And then yeah, later on, I started my own company in 1995, 27 years ago, in the personal development industry. These are all pictures from the past. I ended up with Tony Robbins. It was an amazing experience as well. This was in Birmingham, Milano, Copenhagen, Nottingham. This is what's doing a presentation for Tony Robbins. This is for Tony Robbins. I mean, it's been an amazing journey. Maybe you recognize some people here, Jack Canfield. Who else we have? Yeah, a lot of Joseph McClendon here from the Unleash the Power Within. Brian Tracy. I shared stages with Brian Tracy as well. Joseph McClendon here again, Keith Cunningham. And this is also, you know, been quite a journey. And then I ended up in Bangkok here. And from Bangkok, I flew all over the planet. In fact, I'm going to keep it short because it's not about me, it's about body language, right? So if you become a mind through body reader, which is my sentence, is the way I translate it, is when you become a mind through body reader. So when you start reading the mind by reading the body signs, you will actually see what's never been said. That means if you're in the salon and you have a client and the client is starting to saying things to you, by reading their body language, you can find out if there's congruency, if they're really telling you the truth, yes or no, right? And by reading their body language, you can adapt to their body language, or your body language, and moderate a conversation in a certain direction. So if you say to me, if I'm the barber and you are my client and you say something to me, I can find out so many things by reading the body language, and then adapt to it with my body language and my verbal, and that might redirect conversation from a negative conversation to a positive conversation. Because we have clients, what do people talk about when they go to the salon? Not everybody, but let's say 70 to 80% that goes to a salon industry, they come to empty their bucket with their challenges, with their misery, with all of, did you hear about such and such and such? And that happened. And you hear it in the radio and on television, and you are there absorbing all that information on a daily basis. So if you have 10 clients a day absorbing 10 different stories that are sometimes negative, sometimes challenging, but you are there, you know, the other day I heard somebody saying a hairdresser is in fact a psychologist, a psychiatrist, right? More than a hairdresser. I don't know if you can agree with that, but you will have to listen to stories. You have to adapt to these stories. And by you reading their body language and using your body language, you can moderate a conversation in a completely different direction. So that is the purpose of the body language in the hair salon industry. So if you become a mind through body reader, you will actually start seeing what's never being said and then adapt to it, right? Sorry. Now, what happens is that when we communicate, we have a conscious and a subconscious mind. Now, the conscious mind is what happens in the moment, what happens in the now. So what you are saying is what I say, you listen, you absorb that. It's in the moment. This is conscious. Now, the subconscious mind, we're not aware of that. The subconscious mind, for example, I mean, how many of you, if you go to bed at night and you close your eyes, are asking yourself, hey, just a minute, will I keep on breathing when I'm sleeping? How many of you do that? I mean, you can write it in the chat. I think nobody is asking themselves, will I keep breathing when I'm sleeping? Now, then you close your eyes again, you go to sleep and you wake up again and say, hey, just a minute. Will my heart keep on beating when I'm sleeping? How many of you asked that question? Nobody. Because you woke up this morning, you're probably going to wake up the next morning, right? How does that work? Your subconscious mind works 24/7. That means your heartbeat, your breathing is directed by your subconscious mind. It is working 24/7, where your conscious mind only works in the conscious moment, right? Now, what is my whole point is that when we are in the conscious moment, we speak to each other, which we call the verbal communication. We will transfer 40 bits of data per second. When I speak to you, from my brain to your brain, I transfer 40 bits of data. Now, while speaking to you, I don't know if you paid attention to my hands or not. I'm gonna try to pull this thing away here. Yeah, okay. So when I use my hands, when I use my tonality, did you pay attention to it? How many of you did pay attention to my hands and my tonality? Maybe 1, 2 people, right? Nobody pays attention. If I would ask you the question, how many of you pay attention to your tonality and your handshake or your movement? How many of you do that? Probably 1, 2 max, right? So what happens is that on a subconscious basis, so we're going to transfer 40 million bits of data, which is the body language and tonality. That's why it's being said that verbal is only 7% of communication and 93% is nonverbal, which is 38% tonality and 55% is body language. So wouldn't it be important to start understanding how that works? How many of you would agree? Please type yes in the comments. How many of you would agree that nonverbal communication is super important in communication in general, and especially in the salon industry, where people come and share their stories and you want to direct the conversation from a less positive to a super positive conversation? You could do that actually with your body language, but you have to understand, first of all, how does the brain work? Because if I speak to you, I use my tonality, I use my body language, right? And I use my words. In other words, I will transfer 40 bits of data per second verbally, and I will transfer non-verbally 40 million bits of data. All of the information comes into your brain, is being processed in your brain, and comes back to me with an answer. Based on what? On what I send out. So wouldn't it be correct for me to say, or would you agree with the following saying, is that your outside world is in fact a reflection of yourself? Because what you put out there will come back to you. So many people say, it's always the same person, it's always the same situation. Why me? Well, change your attitude, change your verbal communication, change your nonverbal communication. You'll be surprised what happens in the future, right? Is there anybody has any questions? Please put them in the chat, and I will try to answer them. I don't know, Stephanie, if you keep track of the question, but I will be pleased to answer the questions at the end.
You got it.
So-
I'll keep my eye on it.
You rock. So it's very important to understand how the brain works in the first place. So we have the conscious, the verbal, and the subconscious is the non-verbal, which is 38% is tonality, 55% is body language, right? All right, let's jump to the next. We have the reticular activating system. That's the system in your brain that looks for signals. And let me put it like this. If I would ask you, please, don't think about a pink elephant. How many of you right now are thinking about a pink elephant? Right? Maybe, right? Yes, right? So let me give you another example. Tomorrow, you take the decision to buy a brand new BMW. Today, you're driving a Volkswagen. So you take that Volkswagen to the BMW dealership, you start negotiating, you sign the contract, you just bought a brand new BMW. You go back on the highway, guess what? You will see your BMW everywhere. Does that make sense? Even the color will match. You will see it everywhere. That means where focus goes, energy flows. I think we all heard that quote before, right? So where energy goes, where focus goes, energy flows. That means what you're focusing on is what you will get. Now, if you focus on certain topics and you know that 40 bits of data, conscious to conscious, 40 millions of data, subconscious to subconscious, when you change your questions or you change your communication, you will change your outcome. Where focus goes, energy flows. Right? All right. Now, body language and communication in general is about leveling. And there is a doctor, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and he said, I will always mirror my patient, the tone of voice, the vocabulary he uses or she uses, and I will always mirror that. Let's give an example. So, for example, somebody comes in and said, "Hey, Dr. Milton Erickson. Hey, Dr. Milton Erickson, I feel very bad, and you know what happens, and I can't handle it anymore." He would say, "Wow, that's amazing. Have a seat. Let me help you out, and don't move." He would copy paste everything. Or he might have a patient say, "Doctor, I feel so sad. I can't do it anymore." He would say, "Oh, really? Have a seat. Let's help you. I'm going to help you out. Don't worry about it." He will always level, and in the brain of that patient, it went, "Hey, somebody like me." That's what we call leveling. Now, what you see here is based on the DISC profile, but simplifying. That means I will ask questions to people and find out if they are extrovert or an introvert. I will find out if they are a team player or a solo player. I'll find out if they are emotional or rational. Why is that? If I know of myself, from myself, I'm, for example, an extrovert, a team player, an emotional person, and very active and fast, which I am for 80% of my life, right? That means I'm red. And I'm talking to you, and I ask you a couple of questions, and I find out you're a green person, an introvert, a solo player, a rational person, and a very calm and soft person. You're into security, safety, and planning, and you're in all of that. And I will find out by asking you questions. I will step out of my red color and start speaking green color language. I would say, "Hey, that new BMW you just bought, I mean, it must be a very safe car, isn't it?" And I would do it in a very calm way and easy. That person will say to me and say to themselves in their brain, "Hey, somebody like me." That's what we call leveling. So you have to step out of your world and step into their world. If you're in the salon industry and you are working with somebody, cutting their hair, whatever you're doing at that very moment, you have to adapt to their their way of being, their characteristics. You have to ask them questions and, "Oh, wow, interesting." And you level with them. That person will leave the salon and say, "Wow, what an amazing salon, what an amazing person." And they will talk about you in a very positive way. And the only thing you did was asking questions. Ask questions, question after question after question, and let them do the talking. I mean, I learned from a Tony Robbins, for example, that the 6 basic human needs, one of them is significance. And we all love significance. We all love to do the talking. So if you ask questions to people, let them do the talking, they will get significant. Based on what they're telling you, you can prepare your next question. You can find out if they're lying or not by reading their body language. There's so many things you can do with that, right? So it's very important to start understanding that leveling is the most important thing in terms of body language. Because if I level with you and you feel at ease and you can be significant, you will share so much more information with me, right? So find out if somebody's an extrovert, introvert, team player, solo player, emotional, rational, and if they're very active and fast or calm and soft, and adapt to that situation, right? Right, let's move on. Now, do you know we have a right brain and a left brain? And I learned to use this sign, no, like this. Yeah, this is left, right? So this is left. I use my thumb and my pinky to show you this is my left, right? So we have a left brain, which is the rational brain, and we have a right brain, which is the emotional brain. Now they are connected diagonally. That means with my left brain, right? My left, like this, yeah, okay. Left. So my left brain is connected with my right eye. My right eye is my rational eye. My right brain is my emotional brain connected with my left eye. My left eye, right, like this, my left eye is my emotional eye. Remember one thing though, one thing only. The car brand Rolls-Royce. The logo of Rolls-Royce is RR. So if you remember Rolls-Royce, you remember RR, say to yourself, what eye is what? Rolls-Royce, RR, right rational. My right eye is my rational eye. That's the only thing I have to remember. You don't have to remember anything else. My right eye is my rational eye. If your right eye is your rational eye, your left eye is your emotional eye. Why is that important? If I ask you a rational question, I will turn a little bit like this and look with my right eye into your right eye. That way, I will connect my left brain with your left brain. The results of our communication will be from a far more higher level. So I ask you, for example, hey, listen, say, Kelly, the agenda for next week, how does it look like? And I will look with my right eye into your right eye, show my right part of my body. And that will result in me connecting my left brain with your left brain, the rational brain. And the outcome will be far more higher. Now, if I have an emotional question, I will turn like this and look with my left eye into your left eye and say, hey, Eric, that trip to Egypt last year, how did that go? I will connect through looking with my left eye into your left eye. I will connect my right brain with your right brain. And the outcome of the conversation will be from a far more higher level. Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions about, because it's rather complicated, but it's complicated and not complicated. Once you understand, you know, it's so right is rational, left is emotional. I, that is. All right. Now, the next slide is about, if I ask you a question and I would say, hey, how is that trip to Egypt last year? And you would look to the left up, which is a memory, that would be completely correct. Because a memory is an emotional thing. So I would say, hey, that trip to Egypt last year, how did that go? I mean, we're going this year. I would like to have some do's and don'ts. Can you give me some information? And you will go like, oh yeah, sure. Wait a minute, it went like this. And you will look that way because you remember it. If I would ask you, hey, the agenda for next week, which is a rational thing, a construction, you would look that way to the right. I'm exaggerating a little bit now to explain it to you. But if I ask you the question, hey, that trip to Egypt last year, and you will look that way, you would make a construction of something you should remember. So for me, that's a red flag. It's not a lie, but it's a red flag. But if I have too many red flags during the conversation, you're probably lying to me. Oh dear. Now everybody is very attentive, right? So don't say to anybody by one question, oh, they're lying to me. No, no, no. You have to have multiple questions with multiple answers. But if there's too many red flags, there might be a lie involved in it, right? So remember, a memory is left. Do I do that right? Yeah. Memory is left. This is left, right? That's a memory. And right is a rational, is a construction. So depending on the question, depending on the answer, if it's a rational construction or an emotional memory, right? That's the distinction you have to make. Does that make sense? Is there anybody has any questions, please shoot. And at the end, I will gladly answer them. All right, let's move on. Now, how do you read body language? Well, first of all, you start with the feet. And why the feet? Anybody, any idea the feet? Why the feet first? Anybody? Nobody? Katrina said it in the intro. why the feet first is that in the intro movie before starting up. The feet first is because the body parts, the furthest away from the brain, are the less controllable. So the feet will say so much more than the rest of the body. So you start with the feet and then you go up. The body parts, the furthest away from the brain, are the less controllable. So the feet, if a feet is pointing away during a conversation, that might be that the person wants to leave the conversation. But if you're not aware of that and you're speaking to them and you keep on speaking and speaking and speaking and talking and talking and talking, and they want to move away from you, right? You don't have their full attention. If that happens and you pay attention to it and you see one foot pointing away, for you, that's a sign of wrapping up the conversation and say, hey, listen, buddy, the agenda for next week, how do you see it? Let's wrap it up because time is money. You know, it doesn't matter how you send out the message, but make sure that you wrap up the conversation when one foot is pointing away. I have a video, I have a picture of that in the presentation here. Now we go up the legs, the hands, and to the top. Now, the second way of reading body language is when you can watch somebody and you can listen to their conversation. You're going to find out what, if they are rational, emotional, what are they, right? You have to find out what are their characteristics. Remember the red, yellow, green, and blue, like a couple of slides ago, rational, emotional. Are they active and fast? What are they, right? Are they calm and soft? Are they extrovert, introvert? Are they solo player, team player? Why would you like to find out? Anybody in the chat? Why would you like to find out who they are in terms of rational, emotional, extrovert, introvert, solo player, team player? Why would you like to find out? Anybody? Know how to mirror them?
I'm seeing because that's how you know how to mirror them and how you speak to people. And Veronica said comfortably. And then Eric said how to help them, know how to approach them in conversation. These are the kinds of things that are coming up.
Yeah. And also to level, to get on the same level, right? That's why you want to find out. Now, the third way of reading body language is you can see, you can listen, and you can speak. You can speak to somebody, right? Now, I always apply the six W's, which is you ask questions. What questions? Open questions. So people have to come up with a story. And an open question starts with what, why, where, when, who, which, and how. So the 6 W's and H. What, why, where, when, who, which, and how. That's how you start a question. To a question like that, people have to come up with a story. They can't say yes or no. Why are you on the Zoom? Yes. Doesn't make sense. Right? Where did you go on holiday last year? No. Doesn't make sense. An open question is a story. There's a story attached to that. And you can work with that story. You can read their body language while people are sharing the story, right? Plus the A for assumptions. You can always make an assumption and then end the assumption with an open question. I heard about people telling about you. You're a very amazing person, aren't you? How do you feel about that? So you make an assumption and you finalize the assumption with an open question. And then you read their body language. All right. Now, there's ways of shaking hands with people, and make sure, and we're gonna go through a little bit of pictures here. Make sure if you shake somebody's hand, you don't crush their hand. How many of you had that experience before? Somebody is like giving you a hand, is like, and you're ready for hospital, right? Because on that specific hand, you got plenty of rings, and then they crush it and go like, ah, that says an awful lot about that person. That's a person who is very dominant, sometimes very arrogant, right? Please pay attention to these signals. Do you have to react on that? No, maybe yes. Depends on who is talking to you. You can say, hey, firm handshake. Thank you for that. Or you can just say nothing and pay attention to the fact that I might have to be dealing with a very dominant person or arrogant person, right? So make sure to not do it yourself neither. Don't crush anybody's hands, because that says an awful lot about you. I mean, we have the Trump handshake. What does Donald Trump do? He shakes your hand, pulls your hand in. Watch videos on YouTube. There's plenty of them. The Trump handshake. He will shake your hand and pull you in. Very, very, very arrogant and dominant. But anyway. Now, make sure to not give a hand to somebody like a fishy hand. We all had that experience probably, that somebody gives you a hand and go like, ugh, yuck, right? A slimy, fishy handshake. Ugh. That says an awful lot about that person as well. It says that maybe there's a lack of confidence. Maybe there is something going on in their life. Maybe they're like not really, you know, make sure to not give a fishy handshake to anybody. Make sure when you give a handshake to give a firm handshake. If we would go back to the crushing of the handshake, crush somebody's hands for 50%, make sure it's a firm handshake. Make sure it's straightforward, all right? And this is a handshake we no longer do, but this was from the Roman Empire when people were checking each other for hidden arms in the sleeves, right? But we don't do that anymore. I don't know if there's any barbers having any knives or scissors in their sleeves, but like this. So this is just for the information. Now, what happens a lot is that people give you a hand and they will have the upper hand, as they call it. They want to dominate the conversation. So they will give you a hand and turn it around and make sure their hand is on top of it. Right? They're going to, hey, how you doing? And they turn it. And normally they do it unconsciously. But that says about the person that they might be dominating the conversation or be a dominant person. Now, when that happens, you can always put your hand on top of that, like in picture number 2. So somebody shakes your hand, right? You turn it around and they put their hand on top of it. Happens. Like this, like in the third picture, as you can see. So the guy gives the hand, the lady shakes her hands back, and he puts his hand on top of it. While she started dominating, he will finalizing with dominating himself. Now, the next picture is that the one who starts dominating the conversation will end dominating by putting their hand on the shoulder. I know it sounds a bit childish, but politicians play this on a daily basis. They will shake hand, turn it around, the other one put the hand on top, and they will put the one who has one hand left will put it on the shoulder. And that's when you see like, hey, this is a game, right? And some people do it unconsciously, but that says an awful lot about dominating a conversation. Does that make sense? I see a lot of people watching this saying, oh my God. but this is reality. All right. Now, what we see here, is there anybody that can say to me what you see here? Is there anybody that has like, oh yeah, I can see this or I can see that? The 4 pictures are the exact same pictures. My exes, haha. Okay. Is there anybody that recognizes something in these 4 pictures? They're all the same. All 4 are the same. And yeah, Stephanie, exactly. It's mirroring. So mirroring, what is mirroring? What is mirroring about? First of all, why would you mirror somebody? Mirroring is there to, again, level during a conversation, right? So first of all, you're going to ask questions. You'll find out if somebody is an extrovert, introvert, solo player, team player, etc., etc. And then you're going to mirror them. Now, be very careful with mirroring. Do it in a very subtle way. And if it doesn't work from the first time forward, stop doing it. Try it the next day. Doesn't work, try it the next day. Because when people find out you're mirroring them, right, you might lose the conversation, right? They might think that you are laughing at them. You have fun with them. So if you find out it's not really working for me today, I'll try it again next day or the next day. Please be very subtle with this. Now, mirroring is like, how many of you have children? Any children, right? Now, children play that game a lot. So one child says, hello, and the other one says, hello, and how are you doing? How are you doing? Would you please stop mirroring me? Would you please stop mirroring me? Children play that game a lot, right? They will constantly repeat what the other one says, and in the end, they have almost a fight about it. That's what is mirroring is all about, is you copy paste somebody else's postures or gestures. What you see here in the first, the second, the third, and the fourth picture is that they are mirroring each other in how they sit down on a chair. How it works. For example, I have my hands like this. You will copy paste me. All of a sudden I do this. You'll copy paste me. All of a sudden I'll do this. You'll copy paste me. And before I change, you change. Chances are I will copy paste you. That is how mirroring works. If it doesn't work from the first time, please don't give up, but stop doing it, because you might losing the conversation, because people will find out if you're mirroring them. Okay. So that is what mirroring is all about, is leveling. You go back, you get on the same level of that person, because afterwards, when people start to mirror you, whatever you communicate with them, they will have a far more interesting conversation. It's going to be on a different level, because you're mirroring, because you are leveling with them. You're in their brain, you're at their level. Okay. Right.
Hey,
So,
Renee, I have a quick question.
yeah.
Kelly asked this actually a little bit earlier, and it's still applicable. So let's say that because you were speaking about, your left brain and your right brain, does it mirror the same on Zoom? Like when we're looking at each other right now?
That's a very good question, and I can't answer your question. That's why I use this. This is my left.
Gotcha. So this is
No,
my left.
The L from left.
Got it. Okay, there you go. Interesting.
That's why I use it.
Because right now I'm doing my left.
You're doing your left, and this is my left.
Yeah. So
You
it
see?
might be opposite if you're looking at a screen.
True.
Interesting. Okay.
Make sure.
I just said interesting.
Yeah. So make sure to this is your left, emotional. This is your right, rational. Okay. Does that explain? Is that an answer to the question, or yeah? Okay.
Absolutely.
So when pointing out something during a conversation, a speech, a lecture, a workshop, whatever, and some people say, hey, listen, I have something very important to tell you, because what I'm going to tell you, it might change your, if you do that, that's very dominant and arrogant. Now, if you have children and they did something wrong during the day, you might have to use it. Hey, listen, buddy, if I see that one more time, right, you have to point it out. But if you do it in a lecture or a workshop or in a conversation with somebody, it might feel like, ooh, you're attacking somebody if you do that like this. I know a certain amount of people who do that. Like, hey, listen, something very important. For me, that's like, ooh, right? And also very dominant. Now, if you use this, I don't know if you can see this. What do you see? 3 times 6. Ever heard about Iron Maiden, the heavy metal band? 666, the number of the beast. This is the sign of the devil in many countries. This is the sign, the sign of the devil in a lot of countries. For example, in Tunisia and France, if you do this, you are saying to somebody, you're a 0. So watch out. The best way to accentuate something is to put your index finger and your thumb together, like in the third picture below, and do it like this. Hey, I got something very special to share with you. Listen what I have to say. Listen what I have to say to you. So you put your 3 fingers together, and the thumb and the index finger together, and you go like, hey, if you do this, it means 0 or the devil, or like this is very arrogant and very dominant. So it's super important. It's all about your clients. It's all about your friends, your family. If you apply this, you're going to have conversations from a far more higher level. That's why I'm explaining all of this. Also in the salon industry, if you have a client and you say, hey, listen, I'm going to tell you something very special. No, don't do that. Say, hey, listen, very subtle. I have something to say to you. They're different, right? Completely different. So it's super important to remember that. All right. So if you are speaking to somebody and you want to make your point and you have your hands like this, like in the pictures like this, you go like, hey, can I share something with you? Something amazingly, something that will change your life. When you do this on a subconscious level, you're telling somebody you're very confident, you know what you're talking about, you're very well prepared, and you have an answer ready for every single question. People who do that have 99% of the time all of these qualities. You go like, hey, listen. Now make sure you do not exaggerate, because I now told you like this, right? So next time you have a conversation with somebody and you go like, hey, can I say something to you? Don't exaggerate, because you're going to come over like a clown, right? Don't do that. But if you watch, for example, on YouTube, speeches from an Angela Merkel from Germany, she was the chancellor, or still is the chancellor. I don't follow politics, but I do know one thing from her. She's always like that. Angela Merkel, Germany chancellor, she was always like that. A lot of people do that. I had a guy who came to my course, to my training, and next time he had a recording in real estate. He was in real estate. He did a recording in real estate, and he started like exaggerating. I said, Andrew, stop doing this. You look like a clown. You have to do it subtle, right? Super important. If you have any questions about that, please ask them. So is there anybody that can tell me what you see here? It's a small detail, but it's in each picture viewable. Something? Somebody?
Maisie says thumbs.
Exactly, thumbs. It's exactly what it is. So when you see thumbs, no matter what, because each picture has a different definition, but you see thumbs in each picture. So when you see thumbs in a conversation, somebody has the thumbs out, that means there's a positive energy, right? There's a positive, for example, somebody who's speaking like this, right? They are a little bit stressed because their fingers are tangled, but the thumbs are out. So it's a positive sign. Sometimes you see the same gesture, but the thumbs are hidden, right? There's a negative energy in the room when that happens. So when the thumbs are hidden, right, or they are out, complete different story. It's about energy. Everything in life is energy, right? Everything you do, everything you say, everything you experience in life is energy. Also, your body language is energy, okay? So when you see thumbs, positive energy in the room. How many of you could explain this one or this picture? Anybody? Come on, guys. What do you see? And girls do it more than boys. So remember, we have right rational, left emotional. Okay. So the left part of the neck is the most vulnerable place of the body. Men will do it less than female. Female do it an awful lot. What do? They show the left part of their neck and they look like, what are you doing tonight? These 4 pictures are pictures about seducing. So when a lady shows her left part of her neck and looks like I have now my glasses, if I look above my glasses and I'll show my left part, oh, hey, right? It's seducing. I'm exaggerating to make my point, but that is seducing. So if you do that a lot, pay attention. You might attract a lot of boys or girls or whatever. Pay attention. All right. Okay. Now, this is a form of possessiveness in a positive way. As you see in the picture with the blonde lady, he's holding her hand and saying, hey, this is mine, right? But it's in a positive way. Where in the right picture with the black lady, she is holding her hand on his heart and saying, hey, this is mine. Don't even think about it, right? This is a form of possessiveness, but in a positive way, right? Let's move on. This is the exact picture I was talking about earlier in the beginning of the presentation. Is there any specific detail that you see that might explain a lot in this picture? Anybody? Look at, what did I tell you to analyze the feet? Exactly, Veronica. The feet, Maze, do I say that right? Tracy, yeah, correct, exactly, the feet. The foot of the guy is pointing away. It's pointing away in a sense like he's grabbing the arm of the lady, saying, listen, this and this and this, 1, 2, 3, X, Y, Z. And his foot is pointing away. So he wants to leave the conversation in the direction the foot is pointing. So if you would be that lady and you see that foot pointing away, you might say, hey, let's wrap up the conversation because I'm not going to have his full attention for 100% during this conversation. So you wrap up the conversation. The reason he grabs his arm, he wants to make a final statement, in my belief, right? And then you, as being the lady watching this, you say, hey, listen, thank you for your time. Really appreciate that. How does your agenda look like for next week? And you wrap up the conversation when you see a foot pointing away. Okay. This is a picture of somebody that has a huge lack of confidence. If the arm, the one arm is touching the other arm, the higher it goes, the higher the lack of confidence. As you can see, it's in the front and in the back. We might have seen people like in the right picture when the arm is attached to, the hand is attached to the arm in the back. And people sometimes are waiting somewhere doing this. This is a sign of lack of confidence, a huge sign of lack of confidence. So if you doing this on a daily basis, maybe you'll have to change it a little bit because somebody who does know nothing about body language will see this, but their subconscious mind will absorb these signs. So people who don't know nothing about body language will absorb these signs anyway on a subconscious level, right? And in their belly, we got the gut feeling, as we call it, will say, there's something with that person. I don't know what it is, but something is like, okay? So if you see something like a person standing like this, male, female, doesn't matter, that person has a lack of confidence. I'm gonna wrap it up. Some tips and tricks, because I can talk about body language for weeks, for months. I mean, and that's not the purpose, I guess. But one tip to remember is that start reading body language, starting with the feet and go up. The next tip I'm going to give is if you have an interview and you are interviewing somebody, make sure to have a glass top table so you can see what happens under the table, what the feet are doing, where are the hands, so you can really watch underneath that table. Now, if you are being interviewed and there is a glass top table, the one interviewing you might know a lot about body language. So it's a two-way thing, okay? Now, if you are interviewing somebody or you're being interviewed and there's a glass top table, that's because people want to see what's happening under the table, right? If you are having a hair salon, for example, you are running a hair salon and you are having people coming for an interview, make sure to have that glass top table. Make sure they can see what happens under the table. And do it very subtle, by the way. Now the next tip is ask questions and ask rhetorical questions. What is a rhetorical question? A rhetorical question is a question you already know the answer. Okay, so I will ask you a question. I know already the answer you're going to give me, but I want to hear it from you. That might be guiding the conversation in a certain direction. So you be the moderator of the conversation. And especially in the hair salon industry, when you are speaking to somebody, you might ask them a question, a rhetorical question, and they will look at you like, hey, how do you know? And they will ask you a question with the words that you already had in your mind, a rhetorical question, okay? That being said, are there any questions? I'm just gonna find, yeah?
I did have one. Oh my gosh. It was regarding, when you were talking about mirroring, and you said that you have to be careful because you can turn the conversation in a different way and you don't want to do that. What does that look like?
Yeah. So this is so I will ask you a question, right?
Okay.
And you will react in a certain way. I will copy paste you. Right.
Okay.
So now you're like this, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden you change it like this. I will change like this as well.
Okay.
But if I have the feeling it is not working, because all of a sudden I will not move anymore, right? And do you know what I mean? So I copy paste you, and all of a sudden, how should I say that? So I copy paste you, yeah.
Mhm.
And before you move, I'll do like this. If you don't copy paste me, it's because there's not a connection. I can start all over again, but if I do it too many times, you might find out.
Okay, so it's about the connection being broken in between the conversation. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so you are sitting like this, I sit like this, right? I do
Yeah.
the same, right? And change a couple of times, change it.
Should I do this? No, I'm kidding.
And then before you change, I change.
Okay.
If you copy paste me, subconsciously, you're not aware of it, in an unconscious way, we have a deeper connection. But let's
Okay.
say I change before you change and you don't copy paste me, right? We're not at the same level.
Got it. So it's
Right.
about leveling. It's
about
watching
leveling,
those
yeah.
cues to level. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Right? Anybody else has a question, or is there other questions, or?
Anybody else? Feel free to unmute yourself. This is really good stuff.
And
I
there's
had
not
a
such a thing as a stupid question, by the way. There's only stupid answers.
I had a question. There's my cousin just had a baby, and we're actually he's about 2 years old now. So this was a little bit older, but I was curious with the looking into the right eye versus the left eye. Is that a natural thing for children? Like, will they, when they're speaking emotionally or kind of trying to do more, they're using one side or the other? Is that like a natural intuitive human thing to do eyes, or as you get older, do you forget about it? Is it something that we kind of know instinctively?
Yes, that's a fact. And children are very honest until a certain age. They are super honest. They always say the honesty of a child, that's the best you can have. But at a certain age, it changes, right? In puberty, for example, not all children, but a lot of children in puberty, they will lie to you. What do you know? I know everything. What do you know? And you're the parent, right? And they go like, and that's called puberty. And when you would pay attention then to their body language and their verbal language, you will see there's like plenty of non-congruencies. The body will say like this, and the words will be like that, right? But indeed, a child, when it's born 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, and still a certain age, that's why when children, they will say, hey, mommy, daddy, why this? And you say something and they go like, oh yeah. And then why that? Okay, this and this. Oh, okay. They accept everything. This is the first installation of software on the hardware of a kid. I compare it with software and hardware. So a child in between 1 and 11, 12 puberty, they will accept everything. Once they pass the 12, 13, 14 years old, they go into puberty, they don't accept anything anymore. That's the second installation of software on the hardware, how it's not supposed to be. And then all of a sudden they turn 20 or 24 and they become an adult and they start realizing like, oh, wow, life is different. Jesus. But based on the first installation of software and the second installation of software on the hardware of that person, that will decide who they become as an adult.
No pressure. No pressure whatsoever.
What do you mean no pressure?
I'm just saying, as a parent, I can certainly feel like, oh my gosh, there's so much pressure to do it the best that you can. You know, my son just turned 18 yesterday, and I know that everything that I could have already, taught him already, it's already been imprinted. There might be little, new ideas that come in here and there, but I have noticed that in myself.
let me give you an example. I was a single dad for 15 years, right? I'm not going to share all the details, but I became a single dad with 3 daughters for 15 years in a row, right? And what happened is that they could kill me in some certain moments. They could kill me. They said, "Dad, man, why do this? Why this? Why that?" Blah, blah, blah. Because I was very strict. I just left the armed forces. I was very strict, very disciplined, and I ended up at being a single dad. So that was an advantage for me to be very strict and organized. And they really, actually in their puberty, they could kill me. Now they are 34, 32, and 30, and they say, "Dad, you're the best dad on the planet." I'm not going to blow my own horn now, but the thing is, they now apply what they learned during those days they could kill me. And they're now applying it themselves. So for those who are young parents and you have trouble with your kids, keep doing the right thing, because later on, they will thank you. And I'm the living proof of that. So, yeah.
There was one more question that came through, and it was from Tracy, and it says, when interviewing a potential employee, should we mirror them?
You could. It's not a necessity, not a necessity, but if you mirror them, you will level on a higher level. But you don't have to. I had a conversation this afternoon with a CEO, and I said, if you really want to filter out certain things in your company, there's 3 questions you have to ask to your employees. And it says, what do you want here? What is your purpose of being here? What? And then why? Tell me why. And how do you think you're gonna do whatever you have to do, or what you just told me you're gonna do? And these are the basic principles Tony Robbins teaches as well in the RPM, Results-Oriented Purpose-Driven Massive Action Plan. Is RPM, R stands for what is it that you want? Why do you want it? And how are you gonna do it? Okay. An interview with an employee, the next step would be mirror and match, right? Mirroring them. But that's a higher level of interview, right? And you find out by asking questions, what character do they have? Is it a red, yellow, green, or blue? Are they extrovert, introvert, team player, solo player? How do they? Because if you have a hair salon with, let's say, 10 people working, you have to have a team. And if you have one solo player, they might ruin the whole team spirit. I don't say they do it, but they might, right? So yeah, Tracy, I don't know if that's an answer to your question, but you can learn mirroring through all kinds of YouTube videos. The time here is too short to do that, but through YouTube videos, to podcasts, there's a lot of, I'm not the only body language trainer on the planet. You know, mirroring matching, it's a very interesting technique, a very interesting technique, yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna do one more slide, and that's this one. For those who are interested, I released the book in December. You can find it on the website. And thank you. See what's never being said. And if there's any questions, or if you have anything you want to know or find out, or please contact Kelly or Stephanie or Eric or Lauren. I see Lauren is there. I know Lauren as well. So if there's anything, please contact those people. You can contact me directly as well, myname.com. And yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you. And I hope you apply what you saw today. Hope you apply it, because knowledge is one thing, but applied knowledge is priceless. So thank you so much for having me. Kelly, thank you so much for having me as well. And in May in Texas as well. Really, I look forward to be back very soon. Thank you all of you for being here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Renee. Everybody puts your love for Renee in the chat. Show him how much you love what he said, and that you are going to apply these tips and tricks and these things that are so important for us to really connect. I mean, I can't tell you, it just all of this goes together so well. So thank you so much, Renee, for your time today and your attention and your love and your energy. We appreciate it. Mwah.
More than welcome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that we've got, Kelly is going to come back on and share a little bit about the course, and then we'll move from there. So Kelly, take it away.
Yeah, and then we have just at the end, I think Eric was going to share where you can go to, but we do our life coaching course that actually includes Mandy and I, and also a section with Tom and Renee. So those are bonuses for that. So if you guys are interested in becoming a certified life coach through our certification, you can sign up at the link. I guess it's on your dashboard as well. And then we also offer a certification for a sustainability salon. So we have both of those available on the dashboard, and Eric can show you with that. So that's some things that you guys can get on and get all this information that you received today, but tenfold, I guess. This is just kind of a little short version of it for you. So there's some more information there. So I'd love for you guys to check it out. If you have any questions at the end of today, I will be in the chat. So you guys can just ask me directly if you'd like to. So I'm happy to answer any questions directly for you.
And I'll just add to that just real quick while we have time that, well, and I'll share my screen just so everybody can see kind of the different things that Kelly and this whole community have built together. And all the speakers here today and that you're going to see in this live panel are big parts of the Sustainable Salons community, of the life coach, salon life coach certification, and the Sustainable Salon certification. So it's really, really like fun and cool because this event is kind of a taste, especially the intimacy and of how close knit everybody is, a taste of, you know, what these programs really have to offer. And so definitely take some time. It's on your event dashboard, and then also on the watch page, you can check out this certifications and community. And there's just a lot of great bonuses and offers in there. There's the replays of this entire virtual summit. There's the replay of the Texas virtual summit. There are free tickets to upcoming live in-person events. And it's just fun. You can see with like the laughter, and I don't know, it feels like, I don't know if anybody else is feeling this, getting the sense of community just being in here, but it's good people doing good work in the world and a very valuable information as well. So I just wanted to share that as well with everybody. And I am here for any questions about this as too. So you can shoot me a text or a DM or anything like that. All right, Kelly.
We have a panel coming on in 5 minutes. I want to give everybody 5 minutes until we get everybody else on.
That sounds like a great plan.
Okay.
Potty break, more dancing.
And more of that music.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. Okay, so funny. I have a door behind me, you guys. Look at this. Watch. I have a door behind me, but you can't see it. So it's like I can just disappear. And you what? Hello. It's so funny. I've just figured that out. And I think that's hysterical. Well, welcome to Zoom. Okay. All right, guys, we are moving into our next phase of this amazing event. So far, again, massive amounts of value that's already been added, and you're about to get blown away again by our panel of experts that are going to come on and talk to us about what it means and what means to them and what it means for sustainability specifically within the salon industry. So we want to welcome our beautiful Kelly Swing, of course, the owner of Headcase Hair Studio and the founder of the Sustainable Salon Summit. We want to welcome Will Simpson from Vish. We want to welcome Brooke Jones from Butex. And we want to welcome James Alba from Beehive. Thank you guys so much for being here today. This is going to be a really cool panel. We've got some great questions, and we just cannot wait to dig in. So again, thank you for your time and your energy and your love and your effort today ahead of time. And to those of you that I haven't met in person, hi, I'm Stephanie. Okay, so we're going to start off specifically with some questions for Kelly and for James. We want to know from the two of you, from your perspective, you guys have created some amazing communities, and it's something that that we recognize within the industry, but specifically within sustainability. What we want to know is, how did it feel to be stepping into sustainability when nobody else was doing it? And tell us a little bit about that and when you started. So Kelly, take it away. Let's have ladies first on this one.
Okay, so hi, James. I invited James here because he actually been doing this longer than I have. And he's done amazing things, him and his wife too. So when I first opened my salon in my areas and, Keller, Dallas, Fort Worth, everyone pretty much made fun of us and told us that we were the reason for the ozone layer problem because of the big hair in Texas, and we eat all the meat and we don't care about sustainability. And so everyone told us that we were crazy for doing it. Said nobody cares about that. So then I would just say, well, I just need to help other people understand why they should care about it. So it was very difficult at first, and it was going against the grain, and a lot, I stepped out and said a lot of things, and, you upset a lot of people, and, people run away. But at the same time, we just started seeing so many people change their mind, and so many people get more excited about it. And people are like, hey, light bulbs started going off, and then it started working. And then COVID came, and it really helped a lot, actually, because so many more people are more conscious about their health, and it just turned around after that. So it was uphill battle, but it was worth it. Absolutely.
That's awesome. I think that there's a lot within not just the salon industry, but certainly within the health and wellness industry too, that saw a shift, that saw a change and a turn during that pandemic time. So thank you for sharing. So you've been doing this for how long now? What would you say your timeline has been?
We didn't start in 2016.
There you go. Okay, cool. Very cool. All right, James. First of all, awesome shirt. Really awesome.
Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Okay, so share with us how did it feel stepping into sustainability, and tell us how long you've been doing this.
So my wife and I opened in 2012. So I don't even know. I guess late 2011, but officially Earth Month for 2012 was our grand opening. And we always sort of had a sustainable household. It was just our thing, and we always had environmental concerns. But we live in an area, we're in the top end of North Jersey, so high income rate, high population density. We're about 15 miles from the George Washington Bridge. So we're sort of a suburb. If people want to move and get grass, they have to mow, they come out to our area of New Jersey. And they're used to just throwing money at a problem. So when there was anything, it didn't matter what the charity was, it didn't matter what the issue was. They just didn't know how to get over the hump of just the regular recycling that your hauling company took. They didn't know enough about it overall. So there was a lot in the re-education of clients and what we tried to do differently. I know my buddy Will is on there, who's with Vish now, but Will had started with Green Circle. We precursor Green Circle in the States. So we were trying to find ways to recycle things that we thought were an issue. Not to give a huge Vish plug, but that was one of the bigger issues was color waste. Not just the wasting from a monetary perspective, but the waste of what you do with it when it's done. And that's sort of always been our thing. And when we talk to other salons, it's about the saving of money, green, and being more environmentally conscious on it. But I think the communication really was key for us to try to get to explain to clients. I mean, we have this crazy recycling system in the middle of the salon that you have to pass through if you get color done because we're separated. And even the other day, I went and I'm trying to reallocate some hair and things that we have that we separate and whatever to send back. And there's like Dunkin' Donuts styrofoam coffee cups that I know aren't our staff. So I can't even tell you. I wish I had an image to show you how visual this is. This is like for kindergarten recycling. Okay, very graphic images on what goes in which compartment, and that people want more than one person in more than one compartment. So it wasn't even like one looked like a cup and they all put the cups in there. It's just bizarre that that it's still something that you have to continue to educate. But I do think, like Kelly said, COVID sort of changed a lot of things. I credit a lot of the documentary people that are out there that have done some really great things. I don't know if anyone saw, I think it's The Year the Earth Changed. It's on Netflix. David Attenborough, who does all the animal related ones. When you watch it, it's not even so much in the environmentally conscious component, but it just shows by us not being pigs that we are and doing things environmentally or the wrong way, how the effect had on other species besides us. And I think that's one of the things that I love about it, because those are easy education components for clients, right? Everybody's looking, writer strike going on. Everybody's looking for the next thing to binge. So we've been putting things out about documentaries that we think are important because they raise a certain consciousness of an issue. And it doesn't mean you have to get your green flag and hang it outside and start going to rallies on it and chaining yourself to bridges. But at the end of the day, it's just that consciousness and making sure that you keep the communication lines open so they have an understanding.
So that leads me to another question then for both of you, I suppose, is what do you find is your best solution to truly educate your clients that are coming in? Because, clearly if they're putting a Dunkin' Donuts styrofoam cup in there, they're not really aware of what they're doing. Maybe they're not focusing on it enough. So how can you, what are the steps that you do in order to educate your clients?
I'll take it, Kelly, first, if it's okay. Just highlighting different things. I mean, we're fortunate that the brands that we work with, both of our main lines are certified B corporations. So we can talk a lot about B Corp because that does have a certain value, not just environmentally, but treatment of employees and things that they do that for the overall good. And really going back to, we do a lot with the slow food movement. So going back to the food component, anyone that's behind the chair, which I should already have said that I am not behind the chair. I am completely the Wizard of Oz behind the scenes. But you're always looking for conversations to talk about with clients. And obviously everyone has to eat. So the food component has been a big bridge for us and being able to get clients to understand the importance of being environmentally conscious and things like that. And to plug another documentary for you people that are struggling through the writer's strike of not having your shows on, Kiss the Ground, which also is on Netflix, talks about carbon sequestering. I was fortunate enough a few weeks ago to visit the Rodale Institute, which is in Pennsylvania, which does a lot with that movement. And it's just really cool stuff. So I think engaging them in a different way. Most people are over their traditional recycling, right? Yeah. They forget to bring it out and it's annoying, and they can't put the wax paper in the bottom of their pizza boxes, which they're finally learning. It's sort of an extra chore, right? So when you look at taking out the garbage or taking out the recycling, it's something they have to put on their to-do list, and they're not looking at it as like, hey, I'm doing the right thing for the environment. So sort of challenging them in a different way just brings it to a different light and gives you that good conversation about it.
Love that. Love that. Kelly, what about you? What do you think that you guys are doing at Headcase to really educate your clients?
Well, we have everyone on the team is on board. So everyone mentions, especially with new clients, they all understand what we do and they get our whole explanation, I guess you would say. So we share the information with them and we show them what we're doing with it. And so I think that's most helpful. And then when they check out, we have eco disposal on their checkout. So then when we're explaining to them again, the reason why this is on here is because we are recycled your this and this. And then when the new VISH program, we actually have on there, you're only going to pay for what you use. We've cut back our waste over 40%. So the clients love it. So they're the ones that are telling everyone else to come in as well, because we've educated them. When they don't know, we've had 2 people in 7 years say they didn't want to pay the $2 fee for recycling. And we thought, that's interesting. So instead of putting it in the service price, we do it separate just for that reason. So we remember to tell them.
Yeah.
So we just educate and we post about it. We share information. And what's really cool about this conversation is even Brooke. So like we're making sure to recycle in our salon, James and I, and we're cutting back our costs and we're trying to make sure we're doing better for our employees and making a healthier environment. And then it's like Will and Brooke are taking our our waste and they're repurposing it and creating things out of it to make it better for the environment, which is so cool. So I know Will came from Green Circle, but and now he's with VISH, so he knows both sides of the spectrum, which is really awesome to have him on today. So I think it's really an interesting, cool way to show this panel is what we're doing and where it's going. So
absolutely, and that couldn't have been a more perfectly timed segue for us to talk to Will and Brooke. So thank you for doing my job for me. To Brooke and Will. So I think that, these documentaries and the force of nature that James and Kelly are coming at from the client and the salon perspective, which, by the way, I'm going to sidetrack for a minute. Did you guys know how many different versions and descriptions and definitions there are for the word salon? We were looking this up. This is really, really cool. So originally it was a French word, right? And it meant like a living room or a gathering space. Or one of the descriptions was like an organized gatherings hosted in private homes, usually by prominent women. Like this idea of a parlor or a space where you come. But then there were also, clearly we know in this day and age that a salon can either mean a hair or nail or whatever. That's the normal thing that people think about. But another thing is community. That's another description, is a salon is a community of people. And so not only do I see that within what Kelly and James, what you guys are doing, but also then with what is being pulled in with Will and Brooke. And this community, everybody that's on this call right now is a salon, as they like to say, apparently, across the pond. So anyway, let's go on to Will and Brooke. And so Will, why don't you start? Tell us a little bit about your story. And we're going to start talking about, the interesting global impact that you have seen and maybe some of the numbers. Maybe pull back the curtain a little bit for us and tell us some of the things. And this is for you too, Brooke. Tell us some of the things that you're noticing in the industry from where you stand. So take it away, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got my start in sustainability and in the beauty industry at the same time in 2010. And the conversation at that point was very different. It just was not on, the communal horizon the same way it is now. So you have these outliers like Davines and Aveda that were really working hard and had been for some time. But most brands still didn't have any kind of definition of sustainability. They didn't have any necessary desire to work towards one. And what we've seen, I think, over the last, 12 years since is really this movement where, as a brand, if you're not thinking about sustainability, you're losing market share. And so every brand has kind of had to put on this cap and hire people or consult with people to really answer the problem, because they understood that this was now the business imperative. And fortunately, we've got groups like James mentioned, B Corps, that are really helping to move that along and to give it structure and to give it kind of, to ensure that everybody's singing from the same hymn book. But the reality is, environmentalism is such a wide-ranging conversation, and different brands can kind of take it in different ways and make it unique to themselves. But really, what it comes down to, I think, and James, you said this really succinctly with the whole, conversation around documentaries, is we still haven't figured out really, truly how to reach the consumer in a meaningful way that resonates with them on the pro beauty side. So, just to give you an example, I was in a salon about 6 years ago, and one of the stylists said, "Hey, did you see that video of the plastic straw in the turtle's nose?" I was like, "No, I have no idea what you're talking about." But she was so struck by this, and she was so passionate about being anti-straw because of this. Fast forward a couple of years, that video had gone so viral that now basically every major food company needed to rethink its straw strategy. And that one video, that one piece of media created such a massive ripple effect. We haven't had that yet for our industry, where people really understand the effect of hair color going down the drain, or the different things that we see on our end, and we're certainly trying to address. But they only see it in such a small microcosmic example when it's their hair appointment. They don't realize how that bubbles up across hundreds of thousands of salons every day. And so I think that's where we really have an opportunity as an industry to kind of tell that story and to show the impact that has, all across our ecosystems.
So it seems like what we need a turtle video for the hair, right?
Exactly. We need our turtle.
We need a turtle with some hair that can share this idea. But yeah, I hear you. Okay, wonderful. Well, Brooke, why don't you share some of what you've seen in the industry?
Absolutely. It's
and thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, it's the middle of the night. So thank you for
That's okay. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Look, it's so familiar with what your touch points on with color with hair, right? So same thing applies with fashion, with the colors of the dyes. So I manufacture clothing that's made out of all recycled plastic bottles for the industry. And we really look back at the importance of tying that in with having something that's completely sustainable, but looking at our manufacturing that's improving socially, environmentally, and ethically every step of the way. So just going back to, it's just such a trigger then, just about with hair, with all the hair dye going down the sink. That same thing applies when you're dyeing all the fabrics for every textile that's in your salon. So if you just think about it right now, all the clothes that everyone's wearing in salon, all the stylists, all the capes, all the towels, all of those textiles are dyed black. So same thing applies. When we're dyeing these fabrics in the salon and you're not using the appropriate dyes, they don't go down the sink, they go straight into the waterways, and they also go straight directly onto the people who are dyeing these fabrics. And I've seen it firsthand, and it is a really awful industry. So where we come in at Botex Designs is we're trying to look at how we can change textiles for the industry and what we can improve. So what we've looked at every step of the way, look, the fashion industry, I hate to say it, but it's the second largest contributor to the pollution globally. So, we're up there, we're above, the hair industry, unfortunately. So that's where we come in. We're like, okay, how can we change it? So a simple transition. So every 100,000 capes that we can actually convert to recycled rPET fabrics will actually convert 2.2 million bottles. So we'll be able to replace that and take that from landfill and oceans. So it's really cool. So, you know, for us as a brand, you know, we have converted over 500,000 bottles to date just for our fashion line for the sustainable salon wear. So when you convert that and you break that down, so those 500 or 500,000 bottles actually is a saving of about 10,500 kgs carbon emissions. So that's equivalent to about 1.5 million smartphones, the energy of saving of that. So understand, look, there's a bit of a debate. It's a healthy debate, and I do welcome it. You know, people are saying, you know, why are we wearing plastic, and we should be wearing natural fibers and microplastics. I get all of that, and nothing's perfect. But when you're dealing as a stylist with, you know, bleach and all of these awful hazardous, you know, products that are around you day to day, you have to wear protective clothing. And that's just a part of it. Same with capes. And that protective clothing has to be a man-made fiber. If it isn't a man-made fiber and it's coming from a natural fiber like a cotton or a linen, they're beautiful fabrics and they do break down. However, they won't protect you from those chemicals and they will burn through onto your skin. So simply by changing all of the polyester that you're wearing in salon to a Botex polyester that's repurposed and made from repurposed plastic bottles, it's a way of not only saving money for stylists because we're not throwing out clothing, and you're not contributing to that fashion industry of just getting fast fashion, wearing it, bleaching it and going, oh, we'll throw it out, we'll buy the next $5 thing and then just keep, you know, adding and adding and adding. Yes, it might be an affordable fashion at that time. But yeah, the cost per wear for me is really important, and also looking at our brand impact of trying to have that, you know, that life shelf of having that clothing that's lasting forever. And it will last forever. So yeah, that's sort of where we're at, is we're looking at the textiles in the salon and how we can improve that. So it's been quite a journey. And yeah, so that's our sustainable impact. We also then look at how we can improve socially and environmentally. Socially and ethically. So I've just done the environmental bit. It's 5 a.m. here, so I haven't had my coffee. What we do is when we actually also have a large order for a brand, say, so we have a promotional t-shirt. Let's see how we can improve the promotional t-shirt. Our promotional t-shirts are made from recycled plastic bottles and also recycled fishing net. It's very cool. Wow. Actually feels like cotton. So I love that, James, you're talking and touching on B Corp. That's something that we're very passionate about, and we're in the middle of going through it. And it's a bit of a big process. So respect for that. Good on you. So what we actually are looking at is using our Oeki-Tex approved dyes. So all of our dyes are certified Oeki-Tex approved, so they're environmentally friendly. So that's really a contributor, what we're doing back with our environmental. So then we've looked at, okay, we can improve that by looking at that source. We can have the environmentally friendly dyes. What else can we do for a large brand when we're manufacturing their t-shirts? Let's go back to the textile waste. So if you imagine a roll of fabric and you're cutting out the shirt like a cookie cutter, you've got all those bits around it when you've made the shirt. That literally just gets thrown back into landfill. So we just did a really great project with an Australian brand where we got all of that textile waste and we sent it back to Australia to a non-for-profit called Mantua. So Mantua is a social enterprise training women refugees on how to sew, and they're getting accredited and they're able to then get job placement. So every 5,000 shirts we can then manufacture for a large brand. Would love that. If anyone is a large brand, call me. But yeah, we can actually convert that back into 500 shirts that would usually, from textile waste, that would usually get thrown out by supporting a social enterprise. So yeah, that's sort of a little bit what we're doing with every step. Every project is different because we can move and see how we can help the final impact for us.
That's amazing. That blows my mind, because it seems like all of you are working towards this, this sort of full circle, 360-degree holistic system, right? And it's just so impressive. Okay, now for those of us that might not understand what a B Corp is, who wants to tell us what a B Corp is? Anybody?
So at a high level, a B Corp is an organization that's reached a certain score. They've gone through an adjudication process and reached a certain score that pertains to environmental, social governance, and really the idea is that it's using business as a force for good. So I think historically we've looked at business through the shareholder capitalism view, which means basically what's good for my shareholders is good for my bottom line, and that's it. And it kind of inverts that model and creates stakeholder engagement. And so stakeholders could be the farmers growing the materials, could be your staff, certainly the planet. Essentially, the idea is that until all of the stakeholders are taken into consideration, this can't truly be a beneficial business. And so it's using business as a force for good and basically redefining what it means to be successful in business.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that, because I don't know if I'm the only one that didn't know, but I appreciate the explanation. Okay, so then what I want to know next is, Brooke kind of touched on this about what, some new things, some new projects that you're working on, which is this idea of moving into the holistic process, which is fabulous. What else is working in Vish, or what else is working for you guys, or what else are you doing? What other projects are you working on that you're excited about that are coming up for you? Will, do you have anything?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the massive disruptions to our industry that everybody in the equation is trying to understand right now is the independent. So if you're an independent, typically you're spending more money to get less product. You're spending your day off trying to run to the store to pick up product. You have to carry a massive inventory, in order to be able to do a full assortment of colors the way you would if you worked in an employee-based salon. There's a lot of real challenges for the independent stylist. Similarly, from the manufacturer distributor side, it's really difficult to break into these salons where people are sort of buying piecemeal from the stores. And so what we've created at Vish is essentially a roadmap so that in the very near future, booth renters are going to be able to purchase color from the salon owner directly and mix through Vish in a centralized color bar. So what that really means is that everybody immediately is going to see their costs drop by about 30 to 40% because they're mixing more efficiently. It also means they're no longer going to have to run out on their day off to get that color, or to have to buy color just to use a couple of grams here and there. But more than that, it really means that we're bringing community back into those salons that have become so fragmented. And so really everybody becomes more profitable in the process. And also it gives manufacturers and distributors a way to reach all of the color business in that salon and to make sure that it's being sold to and managed more efficiently rather than trying to address each individual stylist. And so this has really cool implications because in the future, you're actually not even going to need to carry back stock of inventory. That can be replenished just in time through our system. Our system allows you to understand, we used 10 tubes of 9N, and that's what we're going to replace next week, and on, so that essentially there's no more dead stock. And we know that that's a huge thing. From my time with Green Circle, we spent a lot of time with manufacturers just helping them to have a more sustainable end of life solution for all of that dead stock that was either sold and returned or that was overproduced. And so this is a really strong way to make the entire supply chain more efficient and ensure that we're only producing and using what's actually going to end up being applied at the color bar.
Good grief. So you're bringing the salon back to the salon is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And you're creating a solution, woo, a big solution for these salon managers and owner. Wow,
And we're doing it in a way where, when we look at the hierarchy of waste management, as we know, it's, reduce, reuse, recycle, or recover. Ultimately, it's really difficult to reuse something like hair color, but if we can reduce at the source by ensuring that it's being used in the most efficient way possible, we have so much less left over at the end of life that needs to be managed. And so that's really, it's intentional design for the entire supply chain.
For the sake of sustainability. That's fantastic. Wow. Okay. Anybody else have any new projects that they're working on that they really like or that they want to share? No? James? Kelly? No? Okay, you're good. Cool. I have one other question. So let's say you have 60 seconds, just 60 seconds. So this might have been, something that at the very beginning of this conversation, we could ask to explain what it is about sustainability that you love and why it's connected to your company. Okay. What would you say? Because now we've been educated about your companies and what we can find that we would love about them. So if you had that 60 seconds, James, I'm putting you on the spot. What would you say?
Well, I think listen, anybody else, if you have kids, you're always thinking about their future. And if you don't have kids, you're thinking about the future in general anyway, typically. And being in the hair business, bread and butter are people that have gray hair, right? I mean, so they're going to be of a certain age, not to say you couldn't have gray hair young, but at the same time, your bread and butter clientele are going to be in some type of age where they're going to need to make socially conscious decisions. Environmentalism is obviously one of the big things that most people think about. I always joke and say, I really want to get a recycled bag and give them all their stuff that was wasted, the gloves that were used, and say, oh no, this is for you. We're not gonna use Green Circle anymore. You're gonna figure this out on your own. But I think that the challenge always was from the beginning and making sure that they have a solid understanding. But I think that's really where the big turn for us has been. We realized that we did a lot of this stuff at home before we were salon owners. And now we're starting to see clients that either had the same thing that they did or coming to us for advice on different things, whatever it may be.
Love it. Brooke, you want to go next?
Sure. Look, Botex really is ways to work wear. And I really do believe that having that education behind what we wear and the textiles around us, there's textiles around us every day, what we sit on, what we use, what we touch, everything. So really looking at that supply chain and looking at how long we can the longevity of a textile. I think that's a really great mission for everyone. And not only you can then learn and educate that in a salon, but then once you walk out wearing it, you can continue that legacy to everybody who's around and looking at what's in the wardrobe. So yeah, thank you. And I really hope that we can then be a part of that journey together.
Absolutely. I love it. Okay, Will, I'm gonna step over to you because you're next on my screen.
Sure. So I think anytime you reduce waste, you increase the opportunity for profitability. So better efficiency means better potential for profitability. And certainly coming out of the pandemic, I think salon owners and hairstylists need every opportunity. They need the full arsenal to ensure that they're becoming or managing their profitability. And so I think what I love about Vish is that it not only cuts down dramatically the amount of waste that a salon's using, but it turns that into profit in a number of different ways through bottom line savings, but also enabling the salon to actually understand where they perhaps were managing their services unprofitably, by not charging properly for a toner or by letting that service walk out the door without capturing it. And so I think that having a data-driven approach that basically the technology captures all this information for you allows the salon owner to do what they do best, which is to focus on the artistry but ultimately to ensure that they're as profitable as possible. And so coming out of the pandemic, that to me was a super, something that I was really passionate about, is understanding how can we give people a fighting chance. And looking at, Kelly's salon, for example, she's got people who compete to waste the least amount of hair color, and she in turn gives them a gift card to reward them, because that's what's possible when you're wasting less and you're becoming more profitable. It actually creates that great culture building kind of exciting opportunity.
I love that. I love that. So Kelly, tell us a little bit more about that.
So we have, we call it our waste warriors, and that's what Bish calls it. But everyone in the salon competes over who's going to have the less waste, and we get under 100 grams a month. We get people in the 60 and 70 grams a month, and that's huge on their waste. So it's become fun, and they know that it's for a better purpose, so we're able to make a big difference. And another thing about the color that I never realized is one day it hit me in the salon. I thought, I'm watching it go down the drain, and I thought, oh my gosh, how many times do I even put my granddaughter or my grandson in the bathtub without even thinking that if there's a salon on every corner, on all that color is going down the drain and it's going into our waterways, and I'm putting them in the bathtub. I mean, there's just so many things you don't even think about until it hits you, because there's, I don't know, just in Texas, 60,000 salons or something in Texas. I mean, you can only imagine what we're doing and the impact that we're having with the color. So Vish has definitely made this huge difference, not on my bottom line, because that's the huge thing of salons not being able to make it, was because our bottom line. And when we noticed how much we could have opened an entire salon with just what we threw away, was just astronomical. It's just crazy when you really look at it. That's why I've always been an advocate for it, because I noticed how much it helped me in my salon. And everyone loves it. They know it's not hard to do, and it's been very beneficial. And I know James has used it, I think, since the dawn of day too. So since he started as well. So as soon as I knew, I think we've used it for the past 6 years out of 7. And the first year we realized how much we wasted. That's crazy.
That's amazing. And again, when you have that perspective, I think that's what's interesting is, and when we're talking about educating the clientele, or the folks that are coming into our salons, or the folks that we're talking about, our clients, and that education piece is so important. And when you have, going back to the turtle video, when you have something that helps people turn their perspective and shift their perspective into awareness, then that is when you see that massive shift and change. And this momentum and what all of you are doing to create a system that is something that is solid, that salon owners can grab onto, and that stylists can get behind and create. It's a beautiful, again, I keep seeing that 360 degree, holistic viewpoint of what a salon can be and how it can really affect change from this perspective. So, and give hope. I mean, my goodness, I'm a client of Kelly's salon, and I have hope that this is something that can really make a big impact. That's why I'm here today. It is something that I really appreciate from a client perspective. I'm aware. I'm certainly not as aware as I could be. I know there's lots more for me to learn, but it gives me hope to know that there is a salon that's near me that is thinking about these things, and it makes a big difference to me with my graying hair that you can't notice because I'm using certain products that cover it up. So, it gives the clients hope. And I think that that's really, really important these days. We don't have enough of that going around. We have a lot of other stuff going around, but not enough hope. So thank you all for being hope dealers in this industry and giving us, those of us that need you, a real reason to get excited about this movement. So thank you for that. Is there anything else that you want to share? Are there any questions from our very attentive audience? It looks like, Eric says, I'd love to hear about how these certifications can help salons implement all of these changes. That's great. So
James has something.
Who's that?
James has something.
James has something.
Yeah, you actually gave me an idea, Stephanie. I know when you asked earlier about if there was any upcoming projects, and I think Will and I this year coming up will have our 10-year friend anniversary, right? And I think I met Will about 10 years ago. So hopefully if I get to see him, right? Hopefully I get to see you in October at Intercoiffure in Chicago. And maybe what we'll do is bring Josh and Tim from Fishtown. We'll all draw plastic straws, and whoever draws the longest one will stick it up their nose and do a video, and we can show the salon industry what some of the problems that go along with it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, and Brooke, I did take, so what we've done with her clothes, I mean, we took in the salon and we tried to destroy it. Yeah. We couldn't. Because, she says that it's just do it, just bleach it, soak it. We straight up bleach, put it in bleach and left it, not even water and bleach. And we tried to destroy the stuff and we couldn't. And it's just amazing that you can take stuff and make it indestructible. Means we're never going to have to buy another one. You know what I mean? We'll be able to use this forever. So it saves so much there too. So there's so many aspects of all of it that's just crazy to me. But anyway, I wanted to share that we did try to destroy it, but we couldn't.
It's hilarious. It was the best video.
We painted it, we bleached it, we tried everything. It did not destroy it. So it was really
fantastic. Awesome. Well, and then, there's a whole different conversation that we can start having as well that we already have about the mental health, correct? And Mandy touched today about the physical health and making sure that you're feeding yourselves well. And, there is a huge opportunity that I see from my background to help with that physical and mental health of our stylists and of our salon owners. And, maybe there's another idea here that is forming about, the off hours brand of clothing that is linen that you're not going to wear while you're working, right? Because linen does have a high frequency when you're looking at frequency of cloth. I don't know if you guys know this, but we're all energy, right? So it has this frequency. And so maybe there's an opportunity to find that really nice, high quality linen that gives the stylist something to wear when they're not wearing their plastic or their Botex. Thank you for saying it correctly, by the way. I was calling it something different. Their Botex clothing while they're in salon, that maybe there's that other side of the table of, okay, how can we start talking about making sure that all of these stylists are as healthy as possible? Because what you guys have done with all of the products and all of the things that you brought into the table, you've already created, especially, I know that when I walked into Kelly's salon, I didn't smell a thing. Nothing came into my nose that was giving me any kind of headache. Whereas I could not say that for every other salon that I had walked into. So from again, 360 degree holistic process, if we're looking at not only what our salons are doing, how we're affecting our clients, but then also how we're helping our stylists to stay nice and healthy too, so they don't get that burnout, so that they don't quit. I think that's really an interesting next step and things that we can talk about. And so it's exciting. It's exciting from a client perspective for sure, to see how all of those pieces and parts are coming together. And so maybe that's the next project. Maybe that's another idea for another project. You're welcome again. Okay. Anyway,
well, you need to ask James and his 60-second project.
Oh, yes, 60-second project besides the video that you're going to make with Will.
Well, I think if you want to get impactful, I think the video will be very impactful for the industry, or whoever picks the longer straw. It's going to be definitely impactful for them. That's for sure. I love the mental health and the health and wellness component overall. It's something that was at the forefront of what we did. A lot of it when we started, it was more about the toxic break room type of thing, right? That was a lot of people that leave and start their own salon. A lot of that is that negativity that's there, not realizing other issues that come up. My wife just had three-way spinal surgery about 4 months ago, so she's just back to work. Part of it genetic, part of it after 25 plus years behind the chair. So it's something that wasn't generally, we were all about indoor air quality prior to that, prior to COVID even. And now we're starting to look at things differently in terms of body function within the salon space. So that's something that I think will be a new thing. If you guys haven't checked it out, check out my friends at Industry Aligned. They do a lot of great things on Instagram about body positioning specifically for people in the hair industry. But check them out because it's just, like I said, it's not just that, it's the physical, mental, all of those things. And we've been saying for years that, when you're a stylist, you stand in front of the mirror, right? So you talked about linen having a high frequency, all that negativity bounces off and gets absorbed through every component, every pore of your body when you're there. So having that ability to decompress within the salon and having some safe space and having some time off for the things that you need to do, you're seeing that post-COVID, right? People want to have that work-life balance. And we've said that for years and years and years, but nobody really gave a crap. But now all of a sudden they do. So when you look at it, those are things that are important. We want our clients to feel beautiful. We want them to have their hair color. We want them to look their best, but we also want our staff and our people in the industry to feel their best.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
I can really resonate with that, especially, I'm sorry, I have to jump in about the high frequency. It's really an interesting conversation about with fabrications, and especially what you're saying with linen, it also translates to cotton. We actually are working on a cotton blend at the moment for a denim, which is very exciting, which is a cotton polyester, still all recycled and rejuvenated and repurposed, which is really, really cool for the industry. But also looking at the high frequencies with textiles and the yarns, like we really make sure that by having OEKO-TEX approved dyes, so when you are wearing those clothing, it's not only good for the planet, but it is also good for you when you wear them as well. So really looking at when you are purchasing those things to wear to help your own end result of how you feel as well, and you're not absorbing those chemicals, please look for OEKO-TEX approved certifications for any of the swing tags that you're wearing with your clothing. Would be a great help as well.
That's amazing. Yeah. See, and that education, it's about awareness. It's about education. It's about creating all of the straw turtle nose videos that we need to go viral so that people can become aware of this, because it is sort of that silent, it's this just underlying, so many people get their hair done. So many. And so it's such a great opportunity for growth here. Really, really is. Awesome. Well, what else, Kelly? Am I missing anything? Is there anything that anybody else wants? This has been just so fruitful.
I do want to say something that we can do today. So what I think about mostly is our choices. So I don't know how many times people go to the store and you're thinking, should I get this organic lettuce or should I pay $2 less and get the non-organic lettuce? Is it really going to care? Is it going to matter? But if I get this organic lettuce, I'm going to support the farmer who is getting the certification and working so hard to make this organic lettuce, right? And then I don't know how many times I've seen people put the lettuce back or whatever, and they want to grab the non for the $2, but then they walk into Apple and they spend $1,000 on a cell phone. So it doesn't make any sense that if our priorities are definitely off, if we find it's totally fine to have a 75-inch TV or whatever, and then we're putting back the couple of dollars on the lettuce. So to me, it's just changing our perspective on how we do things. And you make a few different choices. The ripple effect, I guess you would say, would go all the way through, and supporting, like Brooke, and supporting her to continue to go find more ways to make better products, and supporting the farmers who are making the products. So I just wanted to point that out, that the choices we make every single day make a difference in what the planet's going to be like for us. So
Absolutely. That is, but key, something that you can do today. I like that.
Yes.
Some action that you can take right now. That's wonderful. Really, really wonderful. Well, again, thank you so much to all of you for being on and being a part of this very important panel. Way more people need to hear this and see this and be a part of this. So thank you for forging the way. And yes, as Katie says, it's changing the idea around what is truly valuable versus what others believe. Yes, absolutely. So if there's anyone that has any questions for the panel, please feel free to unmute yourself, ask any questions. You can put a question in the chat if you have any, even down to, I don't know, how do I get in touch with you after this? I know that we will have those avenues available for you, but if there's anything that anybody has, please feel free. I'm not seeing any questions yet. How about this? Instead of questions, why don't you flood the chat with a big heart or a yes or an I'm in or a thank you or a love you or whatever it is that you feel like saying for these people that have given of their time in the middle of the night, by the way, for Brooke, and just all of the value that you have heard today, all of the inspiration that you have heard today, the things that you are going to come back. Thank you for giving us your time as well. This is just such an important. This is an important perspective for people to get back, to really grasp onto and hold on to and do something about it. So thank you for putting that love in the chat. I know next up, we are going to go back to our offers. I believe that Eric is going to come back on. We definitely want to talk about those certifications again. And yes, Katie, she's excited to see how we can grow this community. Yes, let's get more people in here. We got to talk. We got to share this with our friends. Absolutely.
I'd like to ask a quick question to the whole panel. And the question is, I guess, what can people do, salon owners, stylists, independents, everybody, to help form the community, to help, come together and do things and what does the landscape look like out there for certifications and for learning these and actually implementing them and having guidance and things like that? I'd love to hear if that's okay from everybody on what does those two, pillars, the community where we're all doing this together and we're learning together, and then the certifications as well.
It's a great question. I would say challenging your vendors. So if you're a salon owner or even a stylist, if you work in this industry, challenge. If you're a coach, challenge your salons. What are you doing to address the needs of the planet? If you're, I don't think we have any, salon guests here other than Stephanie, I guess, but challenging your salon owner to ask, I've heard that there's this growing movement of sustainability inside the beauty industry. What is your salon doing about it? And ultimately, I think for the majority of people here who are beauty professionals or owners, challenging your vendors to say this is happening, and it's not enough for you to just be releasing a green product and tying it off with a green ribbon and saying we're done. We need you to actually embrace this and grow this community so that this information becomes available to everybody at every level. And I think that's when we start to see systemic changes, when from the manufacturing down, this is really becoming business critical.
Okay, and Risa also added in here, and I think this is fantastic. Start from the root and take it to cosmetology schools. Yes. And I know that is something that Kelly is really, that's part of her philanthropy that she's going to bring in. But yeah, being able to not only go from the salon perspective and the manufacturers and making that challenge, but talking to the people at the schools that are learning, that's fantastic. Well done, Risa. Well done. Okay, let's see what else. There's a lot of excitement here, guys. There's a lot of love and a lot of excitement. So that's very, very cool. Kelly, maybe at this point, since we're talking about certifications, let's wrap it up and talk a little bit more about what a sustainable certification is. And yes, we will have everybody stay if you have any questions after we're done with this lovely panel. If you have any questions and you want to unmute yourself after we're done, please feel free. We're going to stick around for you if you have any questions. So Eric, Kelly, you want to go into that certification process again and show the screen where they can click to become a part of this group even more. And thank you again to Will and Brooke and James for coming on with us. You guys are amazing. You are amazing, right?
Thank you. You guys are awesome. Thanks for showing up.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having us.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We'll chat soon.
So I guess my first question for Kelly is, what is the purpose of the Sustainable Salons community that you're creating and inviting people into? Why should people join in? What can they get out of it? Who can they meet? Because there's so many great things. I'd love to just hear your perspective on why is it important to you to create this community of people?
Well, what we're doing, we started with the summit and the live summit, and we realized that, well, especially when I started in the industry, it's when you feel alone, and a lot of it's a competition, and we want people to know that you don't have to be competitive and we should be supporting each other. So I started doing this as well as James was doing it we hadn't even met yet. And he was doing it in a different manner, but it's similar. But I feel like there's so many wonderful people in this industry, and we need to work together in order to make it better. And so with sustainability, it's something that we've already done. So we've already experienced it, so we can share it with people. So we take out the hard part. We've already made all the mistakes. We've already made the financial mistakes. We've already, climbed up the hills. And so being able to help as many people as possible become sustainable is how we impact the industry in the right way. So that's what the certification is for, is in order to help people become sustainable. And it includes everyone who's on this panel. So everyone that was here, it includes the green certification for the salons. If you are able to say you are green and sustainable, then you step yourself up in the industry and you're making a stand, so that you attract the right clients that you want, as well as you also stay on point. So there's something about when you put when you make a stand in it, it's really hard to go back, number one, but number two, the certification helps you stay that way. And also there's things we don't know, so we learn from each other. So I've learned so many things about sustainability from Brooke, and I met her recently before the summit. So I'm still learning. So if we all come together as community and we help each other and we learn together, because she's on the other side of the world. Okay. So, and she's there seeing it too. So we put all of this together. And even with Will and James, it's like we have all these people that we can figure it out and make it even better. And if we come together as a world, because we have people from all over the world, Canada, the UK, she's in Australia, and we have people from everywhere. That's how we impact the world together. So that's where the certification came from, is to helping salons become certified by doing all the practices of sustainability in your salon, as well as the life coaching that's our mental health. So our mental health is also what I realized having a salon is, after I was losing stylist after stylist, and I'm like, what's happening? What am I missing? And I'm trying to help them, but I'm not realizing that I'm missing a big part of it, that they have to help themselves. And yes, we can give them some tools to follow, but what if we gave them and empowered them with even better tools, the right ones, in order to regulate themselves, because they take on so much of people's energy. So what if we do it that way? So we came up with this idea after having listening to Mandy, speaking to my team and the impact on my team. I thought, we've got to do this for other people. We've got to be able to have other people be able to have this as well. And let's cater this just to the salon professionals. That's going to make the biggest difference. So, I mean, the honor of Mandy doing this course is a huge honor, and she's understands and wants to help and understands how all the stylists, we help so many people. And then Tom. So, I mean, all of this together, this community that you met today are included in these courses. So it's something
I'd like to just, if I jump in here too, I think it might be really helpful because people are going to be watching the replay of this. They're going to, for the people who are in here right now and the live stream as well. Like what does it look like before and after for salons, and if starting with salons, but also going into the stylists and the culture? Like, what is it, if you could paint a picture, like for you yourself, what did it look like before and after, and for the people that you've already worked with?
Well, when you have, when you're a salon owner and you have stylists and you have walkouts, or you have, you're trying to figure out how to get new employees or keep the employees. And then when I brought in the training Mandy into my salon, and she turned my salon around, and when your underperformers become your top performers, you're like, wait. And then not only that, is they're happy and they become closer and they're stronger and they're more confident. And it creates this amazing salon culture, which is a salon culture is your number one way to keep your salon. I mean, honestly, if you don't have your culture, you're not going to be successful. That's your number one. So it's turned it around, and it's made it just amazing. So it's night and day in success, honestly, in my opinion. And with the certifications, just the sustainability also creates a salon culture. They have something to believe in, they have something to work towards. So both things are important, to my opinion. And I think that's what makes you profitable and sustainable. We became a 1.5 million. So it was 1.3 last year and 1.5, or the year before was 1.3, then we went to 1.5. But I'm going to tell you that we have the same amount of people that we had before. So how is, and we still look back like, how is this possible? Like that it just brings, so when you give back, it brings abundance to you. When you make these choices, the abundance comes to you. So it comes to everyone in the salon, it's all of it. So I hope that makes sense, or that answers your question. I kind of went a little off on that, but I just wanted, that would be the difference. And you can ask my team. They're just, it's definitely something everyone should do. So anyway, that's why we brought it, and we hope whoever is interested, we know that it'll be the right fit for them, and it's something that they want to do. So
So is that because the salon then becomes like a hub for this type of culture and this type of mindset, and people are more likely to come to you, to stick with you, to buy product from you, to support you? Is that kind of what you meant by the abundance?
Well, the abundance for them too. They become abundant with happiness and money and like all the abundance. So it's more than that. They become stronger leaders. They all become leaders. So it's all around it's all a great culture. So I'd love anyone to come visit. They can come visit my salon. They can just come see what we do, hang out. We have a lot of salons that come and hang out with us for a day or so just to see what we're doing. And we welcome that anytime anybody wants to come visit, we welcome that. So
the last question that I'd love to ask is just for anybody who's listening in, who's interested in thinking about starting up with the Sustainable Salons community, the certifications, the life coach certification, a little bit more. So we know kind of the transformation that happens. What is it going to look like? When does it start? What's the process of getting the certification? and how long does the certification last for? Could you talk to kind of that logistical part a little bit more?
Oh yeah, August 7th is our starting of the certification course. So life coaching certification. So we're starting that. And also there's more courses, of course, afterwards. So I do help businesses turn their business around. I've had several salons that I've helped them double, triple their business, is because a lot of times you just need to support someone, just like Mandy's my coach, you need to support. But it's 9 weeks for the life coaching and 6 weeks for the certification course. So the 9 weeks is weekly coaching. You peer coach, you practice, so you get the ability to learn how to do it. So I've taken business coaching courses and I've had to physically coach people in order to get certified. You need a certain amount of hours of coaching. So and it's weekly and it's live, and Mandy coaches you and you get to view her coaching other people. So it's a really great system that they'll walk away going, I know how to help my client. And so the fact that you can help your client and your clients come to you and thank you for everything and you're not hurting them. So I don't know how many times we may have said something or give someone advice that wasn't the best advice. And then we're like, and you told me to leave my husband, or, you know what I mean? So we get questions all the time as a stylist that are very personal questions, and you should be able to say the right answers and be confident to know what to say to them to empower them and not maybe give some bad advice. So anyway, but yeah.
So it's
if
basically
anyone wants-
for
Do what?
9 weeks, you get to hang out with each other and learn these valuable skills.
Yeah.
Have fun.
With me and Mandy, yeah. And Tom and Renee, and also Sophia Hilton is also a contributor. So she's been wonderful for us. And so she is also a contributor for branding and marketing. So we also offer Sophia. So it's a really great, a great network of us. So if you come in and join our community, you get all of us. So it's a really great ecosystem.
So how can people learn more, and how can they reach out to you or your team? And, if they're interested, but they don't know if they have questions about the price or things like that.
Well, they can email.
Okay.
Yeah, they can email me. So if you go headcasecoaching.com, there's more information. Our summit page has all the information. We have a summit coming up in Vegas, so we hope everyone would like to be there. So we have more summits coming, in physical or in-person summits, and those will be large events, 2 days. So we'll even have more speakers. So those are going to be really exciting. So if anybody would like to be involved in that, please reach out to me and let me know. So we have a lot of really awesome stuff because we're spreading the word and we want to help as many people as possible. And if anybody wants to help with that, then we'd love for you to join our community and our, I guess, our mission or our work, because we're not stopping until we're until we change.
Movement. It's the
our movement. Yes, we want to. Our movement. So, and I appreciate everyone who came and everyone who was here, and thank you so much for everything. If you want to get in touch with us, and you can go to the dashboard. So there's Renee. If they want to go to the dashboard, they can get the more information there.
Perfect. And I think this might be a great time, Stephanie, if anybody here in this group has any questions for Kelly or Stephanie, now's the time. You have the floor.
Now's the time. Unmute yourselves. Unmute yourselves. And yes, save your seat. If you want to, we will have information that's coming about that Vegas event very soon. So keep your eyes on our social media pages so that you can get early bird pricing for those events. It's included in the certification, but you certainly keep your eyes out for it. So you can share that with your family too, and your friends and all the people that you think would benefit from this. But go ahead if you have any questions. Otherwise, just give us some love in the chat. Give us a heart. Tell us that you love today. we would really appreciate that, along with any questions that you may have. And it sounds like maybe everybody got all their questions answered.
We hope we brought a value to everybody today. So we definitely hope so.
Absolutely.
That's truly what we want, is to bring a value. So, all right. Thank you guys. It was so great. Thank you guys so much.
We're getting a lot of love in the chat. A lot of love in the chat. I
soon.
love it. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
I can't even leave. I did something with this and I can't, and I'm like in here for good. I cannot even get out of here.
Party time.
Party time.
That's so funny. That was awesome.
Great
you guys
job.
rock. Thank you.
You too. You did. That
Don't
was
have to end me because I'm never ending. I did something to my computer and I'm like, I'm stuck in here forever. So, okay. Like I couldn't even get to the chat anymore. And I was like, oh well. Okay. All right. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We'll talk soon. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Love you. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
And Kelly, we'll have this the whole recording up and ready to go for anybody who wants the replay or wants to join the community and access.
Okay. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Great job.